It is said that a single event, no matter how small and insignificant, can bring about amazing change. These changes could result in great and wonderful things, or consume everything in an evil and terrible fire. Regardless, a small change begets a drastic outcome, a small thread that unravels a massive cloth. Prelude. Naruto Uzumaki tapped his foot in annoyance as he leaned against the massive stone walls of Konohagakure. He was supposed to have left with Arrow Sennin almost an hour ago, but the perverted sage had yet to show up. He grit his teeth as the annoyance quickly became anger. He expected this from Kakashi-sensei, but he was not going to spend the next 3 years waiting around while his new teacher was out peeping at women. He pushed himself off the wall and kicked the dirt. Why did he always get the lazy and perverted senseis? It would be nice to just once get someone as focused and dependable as Guy. Well, maybe not quite that much. He went to kick the dirt again, but froze as a large shadow covered him. He spun around and looked up at Jiraiya's smiling face. Naruto scowled and sucked in a massive lungful of air as he prepared to let the sage know just how ticked he was. "You really have no talent, do you?" Jiraiya said. The insult died right on Naruto's lips. He sputtered for a moment before he regained his composure and pointed an accusing finger at the old man. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Naruto asked. "I've been watching you for almost an hour. You never noticed me, even though I did little to hide my presence. You didn't notice the cute little Hyuga girl staring at you from behind the corner." A soft eep was heard, followed by the crashing of trash bins and screeching cats. "And instead of putting in an hour of training, you sat here stewing about me being late. What's your point?" Naruto blinked in confusion. He always waited for Kakashi, so why did he have to do anything different now? Jiraiya sighed in defeat and scratched the back of his head with a small frown. He walked past his young charge and started down the path. "Just try to use your time wisely, Gaki. Come on, let's go." Hinata sprinted through Konoha's back alleys as her heart pounded against her chest. She had been caught. Oh god, Naruto must have thought she was some kind of stalker. She dove into the bushes that lined the Hyuga compound and crawled into a small hole that went under the wall. It was her own private way of getting around without being noticed. She knew she didn't need it, but she always felt uneasy when she walked out the front. It was like everyone was scrutinizing her. Where was she going? Why was she going? Why didn't she walk right? Who was she going to meet? It was maddening. She crept through the backyard and hopped up onto the deck silently. She had memorized every floorboard and knew which ones creaked and groaned. Over the years, she had mapped out the entire compound and knew where to step and how much weight to put down. Even in a place full of Byakugan users, she was fairly confident she could move about undetected. It was at least easier than having to face any of them. She darted into a dark corner as she heard muffled voices coming from the other side of the door. She recognized the voices immediately. It was her father, and her grandfather the elder. Her heartbeat started to race again. When they talked, it never bode well for her. "You must stop stalling, Hiyashi. You have already determined that Hanabi is the more suitable heir, so why do you still let the other one roam about unsealed?" The elder questioned. Hinata's heart sank into her gut. Her grandfather couldn't even refer to her by name. She was the other one. The trash that was supposed to be taken out. It was bad enough that he wanted her sealed, but to ignore their relation. That hurt far worse. "Father, Hinata is showing signs of growth. It would be foolish to stifle it. She can still improve with the caged bird seal. And be unable to truly benefit the clan like Neji. Neji is where he should be. Besides, Hinata is a different case entirely. Hinata is dangerous." "Excuse me." Hinata herself perked up at this and found herself leaning in closer. The tone her father used was that of retrained surprise. It was a tone she had never heard before. "She seeks to change the traditions and practices that the clan has upheld for generations. Regardless of how well she has tried to hide it, I know this is her ultimate goal. So you give my child a death sentence instead of compromise. We both know the survival rate for anyone after the age of 10 is poor at best. Your child, Hiyashi, you are the head of this clan. Your responsibility is to us first and your own personal attachments second. Your child, as you put it, will bring about the destruction of our clan. The seal is the merciful way of dealing with someone who promotes the equivalent of treason." Hinata almost passed out as a massive wave of killing intent flooded out from the room. She steadied herself and fought back the tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. They wanted her dead. It wasn't so much terrifying as it was painful. They hated her so much they wanted her to disappear. She forced herself to stay even as the majority of her wanted to run away and hide in some dark corner. But she refused to move an inch even as her father's already immense anger increased. Elder, you had best choose your words carefully. I respect your consult and I will do what is necessary for this clan, but no one will touch my daughter and even thinking about it will bring down all of my fury. Calm yourself, Hiyashi. No, I calmed myself when the woman I loved passed away. I calmed myself when I sacrificed my brother. I will not with Hinata. I am the head of this clan. I will decide what is best. As dictated by our traditions, the strongest of the main branch will lead the clan. I still have 3 years before the final decision is made. It will not be made until that time. Am I clear? The murderous intent died down and Hinata could breathe again. She didn't need to hear anymore. Her father had closed the issue for the time being. She slipped away towards her room as her head swam with all that she had heard. Yet, she found herself sporting a small smile. Her father had fought for her, and the conservative side of the clan was afraid of her. The implication that she was a threat helped boost her confidence. She had to be careful and bide her time, but it seemed to her she needed to catch them by surprise. She needed to be unpredictable and she knew who to emulate to do that. Rock Lee panted heavily as he punched the splintering tree yet again. His muscles ached and the frown he had been sporting for the last 6 hours had given him a headache, but he would not stop. His limits had been made painfully clear to him over the past few months. What had taken him years to learn took the genius Sharingan user a month. The Uchiha had taken his hard work and copied it like a monkey, and then used it on his fellow nin. He had been both beaten and rescued by Gaara of the Sand. In the end, he had been only a diversion to hold off the strange bone user. If he was honest with himself, he had been far from the outstanding shinobi he had set out to be. It had made him completely lost and unsure of how to continue. He knew he would improve, but not to the degree that the others would. They would learn new jutsu and use their chakra to access great power. He would have his speed and access to the gates, a technique with such severe consequences it was barely usable. However, no matter how hard he tried, his current path would not allow him to stand on the same field as the geniuses. He kicked the tree and it groaned from the strain. He sometimes cursed his body. It was a secret he would never share with anyone, not even Guy-sensei. They would not understand, and his teacher would feel a great guilt that his prized student had lost confidence. His beloved sensei would blame himself, and after all the man had done for him, Lee would never allow that to happen. He threw another roundhouse kick and the tree shattered. He watched as the splinters danced toward the ground. The tree was like his body in a way. His body would inevitably break down, either by long years of harsh training or releasing the gates. He turned towards a young sapling that stood maybe 3 feet tall. It seemed so out of place in a forest filled with giants, but somehow the little tree seemed tall and full of pride. His frown deepened and in a rare moment of anger, he kicked the tree as hard as he could. It bent with his leg and then snapped back and hit him square in the nose. He fell back onto his butt and grabbed his nose as blood started to leak from it. His eyes grew wide and a dumbstruck expression appeared on his face. His mind danced over what had just happened and gradually his normally blinding smile returned. Yosh, he jumped up and bowed to the sapling respectfully. Thank you for reigniting my flames of youth. I know now how to fan it into a raging storm. He turned and blasted out of the woods, as a giant cloud of dust was left in his wake. Guy-sensei. For crying out loud, Arrow Sennin. Why won't you teach me anything useful? Naruto glared at the toad sage sitting under the tree. Jiraiya looked up from his notes as his eyes slightly twitched. The old man let out a slow breath and then returned to his notes. Naruto clenched his teeth and stomped up to his teacher. Jiraiya didn't look up and Naruto knocked the papers out across the forest floor. He was shaking in anger as he stood over the older man. Jiraiya sighed and began picking up the scattered parchment. I have been teaching you, Naruto. I've taught you a great deal in a relatively short amount of time. It's been a year, you damn pervert, and all I've learned is how to break a genjutsu and use my cage bunshin a little better. I haven't learned any new jutsu or anything else. How am I supposed to rescue Sasuke or fight the Akatsuki when I'm not any further ahead than before? Jiraiya shoved the papers back into his vest and stood. He took a deep breath and leaned over so that his face was just a few inches in front of Naruto's. I'm not here to hold your hand, you little brat. I'm not asking you to. How about just teaching me instead of working on your trashy novels? I am teaching you plenty. No you're not, I haven't learned any new jutsu. So you win a battle strictly with jutsu? Quote ellipsis. No, but. So I should just hand you everything because you're throwing a temper tantrum? You should be acting like a teacher. You mean like Kakashi? The harsh way Jiraiya spoke the question made Naruto step back. I mean aside from learning how to chase a cat all you learned from him was a basic chakra exercise. Don't insult Kakashi-sensei, this isn't about him it's you. I'm your apprentice and I've finally got a teacher focused just on me. I don't want to waste it. Fine, then I'll give you a test. If you pass, I'll teach you every last jutsu I know. If you fail, you do as I tell you without complaint. Deal. Jiraiya smirked as Naruto crossed his arms and glared up at him defiantly. Alright, your teammate has been captured. Let's say it's that Hyuga girl. Hinata. Yeah her, let's say she's been captured by a group of missing nin. You catch up to them at an abandoned building. You enter to find them surrounding her. She's beaten and dying. What do? I'd tear them apart. Naruto's eyes flickered red for the briefest of seconds. No one harms one of my friends and gets away with it. Congratulations Naruto. Jiraiya smiled and Naruto beamed triumphantly. You didn't notice the traps you set off as you charged in. The rest of your team was caught up in them and killed. Also, other ninja ambush you from the shadows. You've killed everyone. Naruto blinked in surprise as a mix of emotions washed across his face. It finally settled on anger. That's not fair. You never said there were traps or teammates. You cheated. You never asked. Jiraiya let his chakra spike slightly to calm his student down. Just like in a real mission, you let your emotions get ahead of you and jumped in. I admire your determination to protect and save your friends Naruto, but the fact is you are too hot-headed. You are oblivious to everything unless it's bright and flashing. I am not. Really? Then tell me everything you know about your Kage Bunshin technique. I've already recited what you've told me 100 times. What about what I haven't told you? Huh? Naruto scratched his head and scrunched up his face in concentration. What didn't he know about his clones? He made them in various amounts and gave them commands. They were solid and could cause actual damage. There wasn't anything else. Stumped aren't you? Tell you what, you figure it out and then we'll talk about teaching you more. Naruto hung his head dejectedly and Jiraiya placed his hand on his shoulder. You have potential Naruto, but first you must start thinking and acting like a ninja. I'm not telling you to change who you are. You never would anyway, but you must fix some of your flaws. What makes a Hokage respected isn't their strength. It is their wisdom. That is what you must gain. Naruto nodded sadly and Jiraiya gave a small smile and turned. They started to walk through the woods to the next town. Naruto's eyes never left the ground. His mind on one thought. What didn't he know about Kage Bunshin? Chapter 1. 3 years later. I'm back Konoha. Naruto leapt high into the air and looked down at his home. The village seemed almost serene, a far cry from what it had been when he left. It had been prosperous under Tsunade's command. You haven't changed at all. He did a few flips and landed down next to Jiraiya. His excitement was nearly boiling over as he looked around. It was so great to be home. The 3 years with Jiraiya had been fun, and extremely beneficial, but he missed his friends. He glanced around as the people of Konoha stared at him. The number of glares had decreased substantially. Now it was more a matter of either indifference or mild curiosity. We need to go talk to Tsunade Gaki. We're back a day late after all, Jiraiya said as he turned down the road towards the tower. Okay, man, I can't wait to see everyone. I can't wait to be rid of you for some silence for a change. Jiraiya smirked as Naruto sputtered in mock rage. You just want to go peek on woman again, you blasted pervert. Bah, how many times have I told you it's research? Naruto stuck out his tongue and then a big fox-like grin stretched across his face. He darted forward and Jiraiya barely had time to dodge out of the way. The Sannin raised an eyebrow and then quickly paled as Naruto fanned himself with a few of the sage's notes. Nay Ero-sensei, I think we should burn these and return the dignity of females everywhere. Naruto. Jiraiya stalked closer towards his pupil. Give those back to me. Then you better get to me before I get to Ba-chan. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of leaves and the Sannin cursed. Naruto jumped from rooftop to rooftop as he pushed himself as fast as he could. He knew his sensei would have him in very little time. Even after 3 years, it was still necessary for him to have a 10-second head start to stay ahead of his mentor. He only had 4 right now. He smiled as he saw the tower come into view and forced chakra into his feet. He could make it. A chill ran up his spine and he glanced behind his shoulder as a shadow covered him. Jiraiya flew through the air like a pouncing lion. His face contorted into a demonic visage. Naruto gulped as he let out an extra pulse of chakra from his feet and blasted off the roof. He rocketed toward the tower, not bothering to head for the stairs. Sucking in a breath, he tucked into a ball and crashed through the window to the Hokage's office. He rolled onto his feet, but was immediately grabbed by Jiraiya. "Give me back my precious research, you brat." "Never." They struggled back and forth until a fist caught the sage in the head and sent him flying through the opposite wall. Naruto turned toward a wrathful Tsunade and a nervous sweat broke out on his forehead. The notes should calm her down. Wait, the notes. He glanced down at his empty hands. The blasted pervert had still managed to get them. Damn. He glanced up slowly at the frowning Hokage and gave a nervous smile as he scratched the back of his head. "Hey Ba-chan, how have you been?" Naruto was ready to bolt if he so much as saw her arm twitch. Of course, she was shaking in rage, so it would be rather difficult. "Brat, what the hell do you think you were doing? I just wanted to see you is all. And keep Ero-sensei's notes away from him." Her anger seemed to dissipate into thin air as she sighed and wandered back around her desk. She collapsed into her chair tiredly and rested her chin in her palm. She glanced at him up and down, then smirked. "Well, at least you're not as much of a shrimp anymore. So, with Jiraiya passed out somewhere, fill me in on your training. Wouldn't you rather see me in action? I kind of want to show off a little." "There's no time. We just received word from Suna. Their cage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki and they request assistance in the rescue. I need to know if you are up to the mission." "Why would the Akatsuki wait Gaara's the cage?" He ignored the look on her face. It was like she was surprised he put 2 and 2 together. Was he really that bad before? Shaking his head, he focused on his foreign friend. Was he supposed to be happy or jealous? He hoped that Gaara being the cage meant he was accepted by the people. Or Shukaku's container went crazy again and forced the people to serve him. He shrugged. Gaara was okay now, so he was sure it was the former. "Well, mostly sure. Yes, he is, and we need to send a team immediately. I would like you to go if you are capable." "He is," Jiraiya said as he stumbled back through the hole he had come in. "He'll be a big help." "Very well. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to join Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hatake in the retrieval of the cage. Kakashi is the lead, understood?" Naruto grinned at the mention of his old team. The Akatsuki didn't stand a chance. "You got it. Where do we meet up?" "They should be at the village gates by now. They are waiting for another member." Dismissed. Naruto snapped into a mock salute and shot through the window as Jiraiya fell into a chair. "Is he ready?" Tsunade asked as she pulled out a small bottle of sake and 2 cups. "He still has lots of room to improve and is still our hyperactive Naruto." He took the glass she offered him. But the Akatsuki should be surprised. Hopefully, Hatake will let him actually do something. "You sound annoyed with him." I had to spend the first year and a half either teaching or fixing things that should have been taken care of by the end of the academy, but especially by his Junin instructor. I don't fault Hatake and would still recommend him as a Hokage if the need arose, but as far as I'm concerned, he failed miserably as Naruto's teacher, even if the Gaki still admires him." "I see, so Naruto still will obey Kakashi." "Of course, I don't think it is possible for him to harbor ill will towards someone. But I want him to be able to show everyone what he is capable of now that he's had a real teacher." Naruto's grin threatened to split his face when he leapt over the last rooftop and spotted 2 familiar heads of pink and silver hair. A surge of determination flooded through him even as his happy smile remained. Soon Team 7 would be complete again, he would finally make good on his promise. He landed and continued to run forward as his face became more serious. However, he needed to rescue Gaara first. "Hey, what are you guys standing around for? We've got a cage to save," Naruto said as he blasted by them without slowing down. The 2 blinked in shock before they took off after him. He lessened his speed slightly in order to allow them to catch up. His grin never faded as Sakura and his teacher quickly caught up to him. "Yo Naruto, Kakashi said as he came up on the blonde's left. It's been a while. Yeah, it has, Naruto said as he leapt up into the trees. Sorry for the rush, but Ba-chan just told me about Gaara. We really need to get to him. Naruto flipped in the air as a gloved fist rushed towards where his head had been a moment before. Don't ignore me, Baka. Sakura clenched her fist as a small vein pulsed on her forehead. He landed on a branch and pushed forward again. His pace never faltered as he righted his direction. He glanced back her with a sheepish grin. Sorry, Sakura-chan, I'm just really concerned about Gaara and really excited about being with you guys again. I wasn't even back in Konoha for 10 minutes before I was assigned this mission. I'm kind of buzzing with energy right now. You can't even say hello first. Naruto, you haven't changed at all. Naruto just chuckled and turned back to Kakashi. He desperately wanted to catch up, but he was worried. From what Rasengan had told him, the containers died when the beast was extracted. He didn't know how long ago they had started on Gaara, and it hurt his head to try and figure it out, but he trusted his gut. They still had a chance, but they didn't have any time to waste. What's the plan, sensei? Kankuro has been badly poisoned by Gaara's captors. We need to go to Suna first and get our information there before going after Gaara. But, hasn't it already been several days? Every minute we waste means the Akatsuki has more time to extract Gaara's demon. It will kill him if that happens. I know, Naruto, but Sakura is the only one capable of healing Kankuro, and you and I are not enough to take on two S-class ninjas. Naruto frowned angrily. He couldn't let Gaara die alone. No, they had both had too much of that in their lives. He wouldn't let a bunch of power-hungry bastards ruin everything his friend had gained. He looked at Kakashi with a firm gaze even as his eyes pleaded with the older man. We can't let Gaara die. I won't let that happen even if there are 100 S-class ninjas. I know Gaara is your friend, Naruto, but Kakashi-sensei is right. You can't just charge in. I know, but, Naruto gripped at his stomach. I understand Gaara. I'm a Jinchuriki like him. And like him, our greatest fear and pain is to be alone. If we don't get there, if we don't, he will die thinking everyone abandoned him. I refuse to let that happen. There has to be a way to save him without wasting time. The group fell silent as Naruto's words sunk in. He had his hands clenched in a fist and only relaxed when Sakura gave him a comforting smile. Kakashi sighed and increased his speed. Pakun may be able to remember Gaara's scent from the time we came across the battlefield he had fought the bone user on. However, even if we do track them, we stand little chance defeating them. We don't have to beat them, right? Naruto asked now that he had caught up and matched the pace of his old teacher. I could create a massive diversion and draw them out, while you sneak Gaara away. By the time they realized what happened, we could have all of Suna as backup. Kakashi stared at Naruto intently as if he was measuring his old student's merit. Naruto stared right back as his eyes shone in determination. He would go after Gaara by himself if he had to. There are a lot of holes in your plan, but it does have some potential. Just remember, they are after you as well. Kakashi sprinted off ahead and started forming hand signs to summon Pakun. Naruto, Sakura said softly. About what you said. Yeah, I figured you already knew about the fox in my gut. He turned around and gave her his biggest smile. No worries, Sakura-chan, there's no way I could be lonely with you and everyone else around. She smiled happily and gave him a nod. He pushed a small amount of chakra into his feet and launched himself forward to catch up with Kakashi. He'd have to ask Sakura out to ramen when they got back. But first, he had some missing nin to take care of. Naruto forced himself to keep his breathing even as his clone spun the energy on his palm. He always found the rasengan to be relaxing once he had mastered it. His hand had long ago become used to the strain of the technique. Over the past 3 years, he had trained it to the point he could summon it up with ease. The result made the chakra swirling on his hand feel warm and even gentle. Although, he knew if he lost control, it would explode. Regardless, it was a soothing technique. However, that was only the case with a normal rasengan. What he was doing now was causing his arm to shake and his fingers cramp. The Odama Rasengan was a technique that had over 3 times as much chakra and force as a regular Rasengan. It also required 3 times the control. He remembered the first time he had tried the technique, he had snapped his elbow backwards when it hit the target. It had been one of the few times he had ever seen Rasengan scared. Apparently, the sage hadn't been able to see Naruto himself, only the crater from the failed attempt. Naruto focused his thoughts on the stone wall in front of him. Kakashi was hiding off somewhere preparing to jump in at a moment's notice. Naruto himself was standing on top of the sealed entrance. They had been distraught when they found there was no way to get through without removing all of the seal tags. However, Naruto figured if they couldn't go through, he would just go around. It was only rock after all. He just prayed Gaara was far enough back from the explosion. Ready to go, boss, the clone said and disappeared. Naruto grinned. Odama Rasengan. He thrust his palm forward and narrowed his eyes as it chewed through the stone of the mountain. He grabbed his wrist to keep his arm steady. It couldn't be allowed to blow just yet. His hand just needed to go a little further. He clenched his teeth as he felt the technique start to wobble. The Odama wasn't something made for prolonged use, it was a quick shot, but he knew that if he didn't push it in far enough, then it wouldn't work. He looked and saw his hand was now far enough in the mountain. With a quick prayer, he released his hand on the chakra orb and hopped back. The mountainside exploded in a rush of smoke and stone shrapnel. A grin spread across his face as he shielded it with his arm. Perhaps, the technique worked too well. He shook off the thought and jumped in through the smoke. He landed on the cold stone ground and zipped forward straight to where Gaara was being suspended in the air by some kind of strange aura. He ignored the Akatsuki members' surprise and leapt straight for his friend. To hell with the field. Drop the technique. We must not let the 9 tails be absorbed yet. The center figure bellowed and dropped his hands. The others did the same and the energy around Gaara disappeared and what was being ripped out of him was also stopped. Naruto grabbed Gaara in mid-air and spun. As soon as he felt his feet touch the ground, he pumped as much chakra into them as he could and blasted toward the exit. Foot-sized craters were left in his wake. He almost made it to the exit when a large scorpion-like tail speared him right through the chest. He coughed up blood and dropped Gaara on the ground. Sasori came into view and lifted Naruto high into the air. The puppet user stared at the orange-clad ninja curiously. What an obnoxious little brat, you really thought you could escape, little Jinchuriki? Sasori asked as he swung Naruto around. Nope, Naruto chuckled and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto's voice echoed through the entire cavern. 1,000 clones filled the cave and each one quickly created a spinning orb of chakra in their hands. Uzumaki Naruto Nissan Renden Rasengan Special. The clones launched themselves forward like giant orange missiles. They crashed into a shocked Sasori and Deidara and pelted the entire cavern. The rapid-fire attack caused the cavern to shudder violently, and the noise was deafening. The explosions grew and tore away at the cavern walls until the entire cave collapsed, burying everything in it. Naruto smirked as he watched the mountain collapse in on itself from the safety of the outside. Jiraiya would be proud at the fact that he did listen if it was important enough. He turned and started to sprint through the forest. His gut told him that those 2 in the cave were still alive. They would be after him and probably pissed. He needed to get as close to Suna as possible for reinforcements. His clones, moments before they leveled the cave, had seen Gaara's body sink into the ground. It meant Kakashi had gotten him in time, but it also meant the copy Nin was going to be slowed down and most likely unable to fight. That was taken into account during planning, however his fatigue was not. Unfortunately, his Kage Bunshin and Rasengan combo was extremely tiring. It was great for dealing with enemies of unknown strength and ability. But, combined with the Odama Rasengan, he knew he needed some time to rest. It was also troubling that he had to possibly fight both those guys. He still had no idea what they could do, although the tail from the one was going to be a pain by itself. He was concerned that he may end up having to use that. No, he'd almost rather die than use that. Almost. He winced as the sound of an explosion echoed from where he had just come from. It meant at least one of them had gotten loose. He slowed himself down a little. There was no point in tiring himself out if they would catch him anyway. He dropped down from the trees and hid himself in the underbrush. Hopefully, he could recover in time. If he was extremely lucky, they would miss him entirely, but he doubted that would happen. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slow. He ignored the part of him that demanded he charge out there and shout out his name and tell them off. The part of him Jiraiya had created realized that they probably wouldn't give him the chance to finish his speech. He froze when he heard the flapping of wings and the snapping of twigs on the forest floor. So both of them had survived. Damn. I can't believe he destroyed my Hirako and forced me to shield us using my 100 puppet art, which you carelessly destroyed, Sasori said as he leapt up onto the branch. His wooden joints clicked with every movement. He just understands that art is fleeting, and I had to blow up the puppets or else we'd still be trapped below. Yeah. You're the one who hates waiting after all, Deidara said as he stood on top of his giant clay bird. Perhaps after the 9 tails is removed I will use the boy as a puppet. He does seem to be fairly powerful, but terribly foolish. So, this guy is a puppet user like Gaara's brother, Naruto thought. I wonder what the other guy uses. The one tail has also escaped. Do you think the other intruders could have gotten there that fast? It is doubtful. I do not know how the blonde Jinchuriki escaped our detection, but that is irrelevant. We must find both the containers quickly. I don't want to keep the leader waiting. We should split up then. And ruin all the fun? Naruto asked as he jumped out of the brush behind them. I'm more than enough to keep you losers entertained. The two turned toward him and he grinned confidently. It was too big a risk to let them split up and get caught up with Kakashi and Gaara. He'd just have to deal with them himself. It shouldn't be too hard. They were only 2 S-class missing nin. Let's have a blast then. Deidara made a small clay bird and flung it. Naruto dodged and yelped as the ground erupted where he had just been standing. He flipped and stuck to the trunk of the closest tree. He scowled. A bomb maker would be a pain. Sasori turned toward the explosives expert. You already caught your Jinchuriki. Do not be greedy, Deidara. You move too slow with your terrible art. You do not deserve to capture him. Hey, don't ignore me, you bastards. Both your art sucks. Naruto grinned even as the hair stood up on the back of his neck and the temperature of the area dropped 10 degrees. Well, he had wanted to get their attention. He flicked the kunai out from under his sleeve and held it out in front of him. His eyes focused on the redhead. His scent seemed off, not living. The body of the puppeteer itself seemed fake and reeked of poison. If it was another puppet, he would be the bigger problem of the two. Naruto crossed his fingers in front of him and made 2 clones. They rushed forward as he pushed his chakra into the kunai. He wasn't as proficient with the wind element as he would have liked. It was the last thing Jiraiya had worked with him on and it had only been a week ago. He had hoped to find someone in Konoha to help him with it, since he was only guessing at how to do it properly and Jiraiya could only hint at what he should be doing. Nevertheless, he needed that cutting power now. Naruto focused as the chakra formed around the blade and manifested as an extension. He kept his concentration on that and reached into his back pouch. He gripped the thin piece of paper he was looking for and pulled it out. It was a custom-made exploding tag. Jiraiya had taught him a lot about seals and this had been his first solo project. If it worked, the puppeteer was done. Well, everything within 20 square feet was done. He flung the kunai as hard as he could. It made a soft whistle as it flew through the air while the clones blocked Sasori's line of sight with their distractions. The puppet master never saw the kunai and tag until it ripped through one of the clones and pierced his body. Sasori looked down in surprise for an instant before the tag blew. Fire exploded everywhere and turned everything to blackened ash. Naruto was sent flying backwards through the woods. His body bounced and crashed through multiple tree branches. The wind element of his kunai fanned the flames hotter and Naruto was concerned he would be burned alive. He hadn't thought about the consequences of mixing air and flame. His back slammed into the ground, knocking the wind out of him, and he let out a pained groan as his vision swam. He didn't even bother trying to move. His body wouldn't have listened anyways. His clothes were still smoking from the intense heat and his ears were ringing. If he lived, he would make sure to do a better job at limiting seal power in the future. After all, he would never become Hokage if he blew himself up. His breath caught in his throat as he heard someone cough. They survived. He struggled to look up at the noise. Dread welled up within his gut as the 2 Akatsuki staggered out from the diminishing flame. They both looked worse for wear, but they could still move. He wasn't sure if he could without using that. Deidara's left arm looked like it had been burned down to a nub and his face was scorched horribly. Sasori's body had melted and burned except for where he had his arms crossed over the left side of his chest. Naruto chuckled weakly. He'd got them good, and if he could move he'd know how to kill Sasori. The bastard was protecting his heart. It was the only place he was protecting. He fought to get up as the two stood over him. Deidara grinned sadistically, while Naruto could feel the anger rolling off the melted remains of Sasori. That was a beautiful explosion, brat, but allow me to show you the art. Deidara's rant was cut short as a large amount of sand wrapped around his head and crushed it in one sickening squelch. Naruto's eyes widened as the headless body dropped to the ground and never moved again. Sasori didn't even have time to react as a lightning-charged hand burst through his heart. His one good eye drifted down passively and staggered for a minute before he collapsed to his knees. He slowly looked back up at Naruto as the doll-like eye wavered uncontrollably. How disappointing of me to be defeated so easily by a brat and a sneak attack. I truly deserve this death for being caught off guard so easily. Perhaps, I secretly wished to die, although, you were surprising and perhaps even slightly skillful. Sasori paused his rambling and seemed to regain control of his eye. He focused it squarely on Naruto. You have managed to kill me. Something not even the undefeatable third Kazekage was able to do. As a reward Konoha-nin, I will tell you where Orochimaru will be in 8 days. I was supposed to meet a spy of mine at the Tenchi Bridge in Kusagaku. What you do with this information is up to you. What time? Naruto asked desperately as hope welled up within him. This was his chance to find Sasuke. He could deliver upon his promise and bring his brother home. He felt despair wash over him as the puppeteer didn't answer. What time, you bastard? He's dead, Naruto, Kakashi said as Gaara trudged out from behind the tree. Naruto's fist clenched as he remained helplessly on the ground. You know you almost blew us up along with them, right? Kakashi's eye turned up in AU as he reached down and picked Naruto up off the ground. You have not changed, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said. He looked pale and weak, but alive. Naruto grinned. Gaara, you're alright. Yes, I can no longer sense Shukaku in my mind, but his chakra still circles in my body. I am not sure what this means. I think Naruto's interruption of their unsealing halted the extraction. Basically, they didn't get all of Shukaku out of you. Fortunately, it looks like it was the demon's consciousness that was taken out of you, not its power. Gaara blinked slowly and looked like he was searching around in his head for something. He finally leveled his eyes at Kakashi and nodded. I agree with your theory. Let us hope that they do not need to come back for the chakra and that Shukaku himself was enough to satisfy their needs. While it is regrettable, they would be one step closer to their goal. I would hate for my village to be a constant target because of me. I have caused my home enough problems over the years. Naruto smiled sadly as his friend started to shakily walk back to Suna. Kakashi began to pull him along in the same direction. Would the Akatsuki attack Konoha to get to him? How many people would die for the Akatsuki to get to him? How many people would die trying to protect him? Don't worry, Naruto. As long as we work together, everyone will stay safe, Kakashi said through his mask. He glanced over at his old student. Let's just keep the unstable exploding tags in your pouch. Naruto smiled gratefully at his sensei. Yes, everyone was strong together. He'd just have to make sure to keep getting stronger. Ah, but Kakashi sensei, that was awesome. Well, you would be able to take out almost any Akatsuki member, Kakashi said thoughtfully. But, you would also take out the rest of the landscape. Naruto pouted. The tags weren't that bad. Chapter 2. Hinata Hyuga felt she had grown tremendously over the past 3 years. Of course, she had kept this growth a secret from everyone, even her own teammates. She decided 3 years ago that her plan would be to catch the Elder and his minions off guard. After years of harsh training, she believed that her new strength would allow this to become a reality. There had been one other benefit to the secrets and training. She had also grown in confidence. She was still quiet and preferred to remain in the background, but her stutter was gone. However, these were qualities that she hid. Her primary effort had been to show a natural progression of ability based on other people's assumptions. For her plan to work, everyone had to view her as a timid weakling still struggling to become something she would never be. It made everything she had learned just that much harder to hide. However, all of the growth and all of the confidence had disappeared as soon as she had locked eyes with the blue ones of the person she cared for more than anyone else. It had taken only a simple greeting from him for all her bad habits to rush back and result in her passing out in the middle of the street. Had she been anyone else, she would have cursed aloud. Instead, she just laid there passed out and lost in her thoughts, extremely happy just being able to see him again. Even if she couldn't bring herself to say anything other than, "Eep." She had been one of the first people to know about Naruto's success in rescuing the Kazekage even before it had been the talk of the village alongside with Rock Lee's victory over the Itachi Uchiha imposter. She had been so happy that people were finally speaking of Naruto with respect and admiration. He deserved it more than anyone she knew. She had been disappointed that she hadn't seen him when he first returned, but Lady Tsunade had reassured her that Naruto hadn't been in the village for longer than a few minutes. Of course, the Hokage had then gone on to tease Hinata mercilessly. Although Tsunade's teasing wasn't anything new to Hinata, it was one of the conditions for being her secret student. She felt herself stir as a soft breeze pulled at her long hair. Someone was carrying her on their back. Her eyes cracked open tentatively and were filled by blonde and orange. She felt her breath catch. Naruto-kun was carrying her. She forced herself to breathe evenly. She didn't spend 3 years of hellish training just to pass out every time he came within shouting distance. Naruto-kun, could you please put me down? He glanced back with concerned eyes. You sure, you're not going to pass out again, right? Because we're not that much farther from the hospital. Yes, I'm sure. I'll be fine, I just got a little dizzy. Thank you. He slowed down and landed on the roof gently. He let her go and she stepped back away from him as she fought to keep the blush on her face unnoticeable. She wasn't the shy, dark, and weird girl anymore. She was the shy, dark, and powerful ninja. However, the way he kept looking at her with so much concern made her feel like some pathetic love-struck teenager, and for the life of her she couldn't be completely angry with that. Are you sure you will be okay? I really don't mind. No, I'm okay. It is good to see you again. You look like you've grown a lot, Naruto-kun. You think so? He scratched the back of his head and grinned. You've changed a lot too. You're prettier than I remember. Was he trying to make her pass out again? Thank you, Naruto-kun. Silence fell between the two of them and her mind raced. She wanted to talk to him about everything, but she couldn't pick what to start with. Well, it was nice seeing you again. I guess I'll get going then. Naruto turned to leave and she felt herself begin to panic. Naruto-kun, would you like to go have lunch? Dread welled up within her. How could she just blurt something out like that? He was probably busy and her thoughts ended when he turned back around and grinned brilliantly. Sure, I was just on my way to go get some ramen. I haven't had that in ages. It'd be great to have some company. She nodded as confidence began to build within her and she ran forward. She flew right past him and he blinked confusedly before he took off after her. They bounced from rooftop to rooftop and constantly increased their speed. She wasn't sure when exactly, but at some point they had started an unspoken race. It was one she wasn't going to lose. To the untrained eye, they appeared as orange and lavender bolts hurtling through the sky. Hinata felt herself smiling. It was the most fun she had had in memory. Racing and roughhousing weren't tolerated in a Hyuga home after all. Perhaps that was one of the reasons she liked Naruto. He brought out a sense of childlike excitement in everyone. It was infectious. They landed on the pavement at the exact same time. She looked back at him. He was grinning the same way she assumed she was. It was a tie. You've gotten pretty fast, Hinata. You as well, Naruto-kun. Shall we go eat? He nodded and they sat down at a pair of vacant stools. Tsuki walked out from the back. Back again, Naruto. This is your 4th time in 2 days. I don't mind, but I figured you would have expanded your diet a little, the ramen chef said. I haven't had a good bowl of ramen in 3 years, old man. I'm just spoiling myself a bit. As I said, I don't mind. I assume you want the usual. Naruto nodded. And you, miss? I'll just have a bowl of chicken ramen, please. Alright, I'll have your order soon. He left into the back without another word. Hinata steeled herself and decided to start the conversation on a strong note. Naruto-kun. Yeah. Do you have a break from missions anytime soon? We're planning one right now, but I have until next week. Why? I want to have a sparring match with you. Would you be willing to? She held her breath as he tilted his head to the side. What would happen if he said no? Oh God, he probably thought that she had turned into some kind of bloodthirsty killer. He would never speak with her again. Sure, no problem, but why me? She prayed he never noticed the relieved breath she took. I am just curious about a few things. Rock Lee stood in the center of his favorite training ground. It was about as far away from the village as someone could be while remaining in Konohagakure. It allowed him to be as loud and destructive as he needed to be. The strange Anbu-san would also sweep around the area every so often and help the trees that were destroyed regrow. He was grateful for that. He hated destroying things, but it was necessary much of the time. Although, it was less so now that he was in control of his abilities. He started to stretch out his legs. Naruto would be here soon, and in case they decided to spar, he wanted to be warmed up. He had asked Naruto to come by to talk. Lee had many things he wished to talk about with his blonde friend. He would have talked when they met up at Sooner the trip back, but Naruto's time was capitalized by Sakura, and then of course he had to race Guy-sensei home. The sound of feet impacting the earth pricked at his ears. He looked up as Naruto walked out into the open field. "Good morning, Naruto-kun, thank you very much for meeting with me." "No problem, fuzzy brows, so what did you want?" "I wished to speak with you on several matters. I also wanted to see how much stronger you have become. From what I see, your flames of youth have grown a great deal." "You bet they have. And what about you? I overheard you fought with an imposter of Sasuke's brother. What was that all about?" Lee sat down and motioned for Naruto to do the same. "Yosh, it was a most youthful and impressive battle. It was only dampened slightly by the sad truth that it was a fake missing nin. However, I will still elaborate upon this most wonderful battle. Huh. Neji-kun and I split off from Tenten-chan and Guy-sensei on our way to Suna. We were ordered to provide backup for you by Tsunade-sama. On our way there we were ambushed by someone pretending to be the missing nin Itachi Uchiha. Unfortunately, he caught my teammate by surprise and caught him in a genjutsu. However, I was able to use my superior speed to crush him into the ground in a single blow. I was later told that the man possessed a mere fraction of the real Uchiha's ability." "How come you weren't trapped in the genjutsu?" Lee's bright smile seemed to grow to the point it was radiating its own form of light. "As you know, I am unable to use genjutsu or ninjutsu. It has been recently revealed through Tsunade-sama's research that I have far more spiritual energy than physical. This prevents my body from mixing them correctly, and thus it cannot create stable chakra. The benefit of this is that I am immune to genjutsu." How is that possible?" Genjutsu essentially takes control of the chakra inside a person's mind and uses it against them. What little chakra I have is so chaotic that it makes it impossible for someone to control. My past struggles have resulted in this most youthful gift." "Wow, that's awesome, fuzzy brows." Naruto smiled excitedly and then glanced down at the flask attached to Lee's hip. He pointed. "What's that thing?" "This." Lee looked down and grasped it. "Forgive me, Naruto-kun, but I would like to keep it a secret for now. I promise I will reveal it to you someday." Naruto tilted his head to the side and frowned as he stared at the flask. Lee assumed it would probably drive the blonde nuts. Good, it would make him a dependable sparring partner. "I take it you want to spar, but is there anything else you want to talk about?" Naruto asked. "Yes, first I wanted to apologize to you." Lee placed his head on the ground. "I am very sorry, Naruto-kun." "Whoa, easy Lee, what do you have to apologize about? In my training and promotion to Jonin, I have been made aware of your burden and some of the hardships you endured as a child. As a fellow dead last, I should have been a better friend. I am also ashamed that I was passed from the academy because of Guy-sensei's request, whereas you had to struggle alone. It was most unyouthful of me." Lee kept his head down. When he had been made a Jonin, he was told of many of the village's potential threats. The greatest was the Akatsuki. He had been surprised to hear about the Kyuubi being held by Naruto. At first, he had left it at what it was, but he found he could not put it out of his mind. The foremost question in his mind had been, what was it like for Naruto to hold the most powerful of creatures? It had led him on a quest to discover more about him. The more he learned about Naruto's life, the guiltier he had become. Lee had been disgusted at how he had at one point felt sorry for himself and almost quit, considering his life was so much easier in comparison to Naruto's. He had Guy-sensei, whereas his friend had not. He had sworn then and there that he would be a good friend to Naruto. As someone who also knew the pain of being ignored, Lee would not allow anyone to feel the same thing. Naruto waved his hands in embarrassment and shook his head. "Come on Lee, that's enough of that. You had no way of knowing, and this sad stuff isn't like you. Don't be upset, just work harder to do better, right?" Naruto stood up and brushed himself off. "Now how about that spar?" Lee was on his feet in an instant and his infamous nice guy pose was at full power. He flicked his weights off and charged forward. They said you could hear the explosions in the center of the village, almost 3 miles away. Tsunade folded her hands in front of her face as her brown eyes drifted back to her treacherous assistant and the two old farts sitting pompously in front of her. It was moments like this where she wished Konoha was ran with a more militaristic methodology. She could have everyone in the room beheaded for treason without any further justification than they annoyed her. Well, she wouldn't behead Tonton and maybe not Shizune. Maybe. What do you want, Homura, Kaharu? You should address us with more respect, Tsunade, Kaharu said, and Tsunade could barely repress the urge to roll her eyes. We would like to discuss Naruto Uzumaki. Your apprentice has voiced her concerns of you assigning missions to him. Specifically, missions that place him in danger of being captured by the Akatsuki, Homura said. Shizune flinched as Tsunade's eyes moved over to her. Tsunade was not pleased. She knew her apprentice had her heart in the right place, but she did not approve of involving the elders. It meant the old dog of war would be sniffing around soon. There were enough problems in the village and ninja world without a bunch of people who refuse to retire messing up the works. My former apprentice's concerns are misplaced. Naruto Uzumaki is an extremely capable ninja, and a huge benefit to this village's forces. It would be unwise to be selective of missions where he could be a huge asset, Tsunade said. Regardless of his abilities, he is the container of the Kyuubi and thus he should be restricted to the village where he can be protected, Homura pressed. He was instrumental in the success of the mission to rescue the Cage and directly responsible for the defeat of two S-class ninja. You want him limited to the village and I assume shadowed by a protective unit that is most likely weaker than he is. Again, his abilities are irrelevant. It is what he contains. What I contain isn't your problem, you old fart. Naruto hopped in through the window to the office. He looked like he had been used to plow a field. Dirt and torn clothes hung to his still sweating body. His intense gaze settled on the two elders and then drifted over to Tsunade. Sorry I'm late, Ba-chan. My sparring session with Lee got a little carried away. You are interrupting Uzumaki. You are not needed here, so please come back at another time, Kaharu said. Her voice was terse and left no room for argument. Tsunade had to fight back a smirk. They didn't know Naruto. With that tone of voice, Kaharu might as well have challenged him to a fight. You're talking about me, so I damn well am needed here. Who the hell are you old farts anyway? People who you should respect. Now leave Genin. You sure you just didn't get lost in a senile moment? He walked up to Tsunade. Geez, Ba-chan, if you're taking advice from people this ancient and senile, then Konoha is in trouble. She stole a quick glance over at the two elders. Their normally calm demeanor was starting to crack. Their stiff posture and rapidly tightening jaw demonstrated they were barely suppressing their outrage. The ghost of a grin tugged at her lips. Naruto seemed to have that effect on people. You should shut your insolent mouth, boy. You never know who would be willing to do it for you. Tsunade bit back a curse as she looked over at the door. Danzo stood there arrogantly as he stared Naruto down. She noticed Naruto's lips curl up into a snarl. The old fools didn't realize that the harder you push the brat, the more he retaliates. Is that a threat, you old bastard? It is a statement. Read into it however much you would like. Tsunade sighed. This was going to explode soon. As much as she enjoyed Naruto's energy in this environment, it wasn't going to make anything better right now. She would have to compromise. I refuse to limit Naruto to the village. If you are so concerned about him being out on missions, then I am open to suggestions. She ignored the annoyed look Naruto gave her. Your personal feelings for this child allow him far more freedoms than he should be allowed, Danzo said. My freedom is none of your business. That's enough, Naruto. Tsunade gave a warning look. I wanted to talk to you about your last mission, but it seems we will not be able to. Besides, don't you have another appointment to get to soon? Naruto looked at her in surprise before he nodded. He stuck his tongue out at the elders, gave them the finger, and leapt out the window. She was amazed at how many traits he had picked up from Jiraiya. It was also impressive at how he was still the same loud and thick Naruto, but he had some intelligence hidden deep within. Very hidden. However, he was shaping up to be a fine man and a great Hokage. Her secret student had better work quickly or else she'd end up fighting off half of the village. She turned back to the elders. Now how did she deal with them? Naruto landed silently on the grass as the sun beat down overhead. He cracked his neck. What on earth was he thinking, scheduling 2 sparring matches in one day? Granted, the match with Lee was far more intense than he had planned, and he had already recovered. Even if he did smell terrible and looked like a hobo, Oh well, it wasn't like he was going out to eat. He glanced around and spotted Hinata kneeling quietly under a tree. She seemed completely peaceful. He wandered over to her and looked around his surroundings. There was a large gentle river running through the center of the grounds. It was a pretty tranquil place. It kind of made him just want to stretch out and enjoy the day. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Hinata said without opening her eyes. "Are you ready to get started?" "I guess. How intense do you want the match to get?" Hinata sighed and stood up. Without saying a word, she walked out onto the river and looked down through the water. Suddenly, she kicked the water hard and a wall almost 20 feet high rose up. She looked right at him and thrust her palm into it. The water exploded forward in a huge blast and surged forward for a few hundred feet before it settled back into the water. "I want to fight Naruto. If you hold back you're going to get hurt." Naruto gulped and fell back into a fighting stance. She had moved the water by sheer force of her chakra alone. It wasn't a technique, just pure chakra. He knew from the speed of the water that it would have hurt to have been hit by it and fatal if it was directly from her palm. She had done it so effortlessly as well. He wasn't sure whether it was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. Or the hottest. He shook the thought from his head and formed a rasengan in his right hand. It had taken him close to a month after he had finally realized how much he lacked, but now he could summon the rasengan without a clone and faster than even Jiraiya could. He rushed forward and shoved the swirling chakra straight at her. She wanted all out. She would get all out. Hinata didn't try to dodge. Instead, she punched the rasengan as waves of chakra rolled off her fist. The air seemed to shake as the two forces clashed violently. The water beneath them churned angrily and the trees waved back and forth like they were in a storm. Neither attack gave in to the other, it was a total stalemate. Hinata spun and sent her palm flying into his jaw. He saw stars as he was lifted high into the air. She appeared in front of him and did a spinning back kick into his gut. He felt her chakra rush through him and he coughed up blood as he was rocketed backward. He flipped in the air and preformed a shunshin. His chakra wrapped around his body and he phased out. He almost instantly appeared behind her and sent both fists crashing down on her skull. She spiraled down into the water and disappeared under its surface with a massive splash as he started to fall. He cursed. He had gotten caught up in the fight and hit her far harder than he should have. That one would need a definite apology. He was almost touching the water when a huge dragon took shape and raced towards him. Holy crap, he used a shunshin to zip out of the way an instant before the water dragon snapped its jaws shut. He appeared on the ground and slid to a stop. He felt someone behind him and didn't have time to turn. Yuho Soshikin. It felt as if two animals tore at his back and he was sent sprawling along the ground. He rolled to his feet and ignored the blood that trickled down his back. She was fast. Almost as fast as Lee and just as devastating. The destructive power of her chakra and the complete control over it was awe-inspiring. He guessed that she had as much chakra as he did normally. Unless he used that, the way the fight was going, she may be able to even handle it. No, he wasn't going to use that unless needed. She rushed him again in a blur of motion. He noticed she hadn't even activated her Byakugan yet. Good, he could use that to his advantage. He formed a clone behind the closest tree. He didn't need a hand sign for a single clone anymore and Jiraiya had forced him to learn how to summon the clone at a specific spot. He really wanted to thank his mentor right now. She pulled her hand back to strike and he used a kawarimi to switch with his clone. He watched from behind the tree as she struck it and it exploded in a wave of fire. She was sent tumbling back as the exploding tag he had left inside the clone went off. It was a regular tag so he doubted it would phase her for long. He flicked the kunai from his wrist holster into his hand and charged her. His assumption was proven correct as she was on her feet in an instant. They struck simultaneously and stopped their attacks at the last second. Her two chakra-charged fingertips rested on his throat. His wind-powered kunai on hers. They stood there panting and staring at each other for what seemed like hours. Whether it was because of exhaustion, battle instinct, or something else he couldn't tell. However, slowly they both started to smile and then as more time passed they laughed. It had been another tie. They backed away from each other and collapsed onto the ground, yet the laughter did not entirely cease. Naruto wiped the sweat on his forehead onto his sleeve. Hinata's hands glowed green and she placed them on top of her head. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Since when did she know a medical jutsu? Thank you Naruto-kun, that was a lot of fun. I think we got a little carried away for a sparring match. You're kind of dangerous, you know. He felt his cheeks redden slightly when she smiled at him. A grateful smile was not what he had expected. He was caught off guard at how happy she was for his words. It was obvious she had worked hard, and must be she appreciated his compliment. But, for someone of her abilities, she should be used to getting praised. So did you find out what was making you curious? He asked. Not entirely. She rested her hands on her lap and looked down. Her joyful mood almost instantly became sad as she fisted her hands on the edge of her jacket. I need your help, Naruto-kun. He perked up at this. She sounded desperate and had blurted out the last thing he had ever expected. The last time he had heard the same tone was when Sakura begged him to bring back Sasuke. Oh god, did one of her teammates run off? It was probably Kiba. No wait. Don't jump to conclusions. How many times had he been yelled at for that? Hinata, what's wrong? She looked up at him like she was startled from her inner thoughts. Tears threatened to fall, but she stubbornly refused to let them. My clan, my family is in trouble. You know of the caged bird seal, yes? He nodded. It was one of the things he wanted to fix when he became Hokage. It was his strict belief that no one should ever have a seal placed on them unwillingly. The only exception was if it was to save the village, and even then it would be a last resort. My father has been trying to close the rift between the main and branch houses, but he has met a great deal of resistance by the Hyuga elder and his loyal followers. He has fought to the best of his ability, but he can't anymore and has begun to cave into their demands. I've spent the past 3 years trying to grow strong enough to become the heir, but I'm afraid, Naruto. I'm afraid of what will happen to my little sister if I beat her and become the heir. I'm afraid what the elder will do to Neji-Nisan and the branch. I'm afraid that unless I'm head of the clan I will be powerless to stop him. But I don't have time for my father to retire because the elder is acting now. I need help from powerful friends, not just to support me, but to fight against those who would have no problem inciting a civil war and slaughtering the branch members. She was crying freely now and her shoulders shook with frustration. Naruto frowned. This must have been something she was fighting against alone for some time now. For her to finally talk about it must have been like a crack in a dam. It started as a trickle, but she couldn't stop it once it started. He leaned over to her and rested his hand on her shoulder. Have you told Ba-chan about this? No, she shook her head sadly. The Hokage is supposed to stay out of clan affairs until it becomes a threat to the village, and even then, it has to be in response to the actions, not preventative. I've trained so hard, Naruto, but now that the time is drawing near I don't know what to do. Hey Hinata, look at me. She sniffed and slowly lifted her head. He did the best foxy grin he could and prayed his confidence would transfer over to her. The solution is simple, Hinata. You just have to become the clan head. Chapter 3. Naruto considered himself to be a friendly person. He was always willing to help someone out and forgive them. However, this Sai guy his team had been saddled with was severely pushing the limits of his kindness. The pale newcomer just smiled that infuriatingly fake smile and tried to get a rise out of him and Sakura. To make matters worse, Kakashi-sensei had been pulled for a solo mission and had been replaced with the strange Yamato guy. Naruto suspected Ba-chan had needed to compromise with those ancient idiots, but this was ridiculous. It didn't take a genius to realize the guy his age was there to keep tabs on him for Danzo. And he wasn't too sure about their current team leader either. I never took you for the quiet kind little boy, Sai said as he looked over to Naruto. Naruto's eye twitched, but he kept walking forward. He wouldn't give in to the taunt. He wouldn't. You seem so lost in thought. Ignore him. Are you upset because you didn't take advantage of Hinata Hyuga? That's it. What the hell is your problem, you annoying bastard? Naruto whirled around as his eye twitched. Are you trying to piss me off? And besides that, I was having a sparring match with a friend. Where the hell did you get an idea like that? Naruto ignored Sakura's surprised expression. He hadn't mentioned it to her yet. Quite frankly, he wasn't sure who to talk to about it. Hinata had made it clear that what they discussed was a secret. I'm just trying to make conversation. I was surprised because from what I've read it is recommended to make a move when a girl is upset and vulnerable. I mean, she was sobbing about her family. Naruto had lunged forward and had a rasengan formed in his hand before Sai could finish his sentence. Sai looked slightly surprised for a moment, but quickly went to reach for his tanto. Wood erupted from the ground and snared the two, preventing them from moving an inch. Naruto didn't stop glaring. Shut up or I'll make you. Big words, are you sure you can? Enough you two, Yamato said as he walked up. Teammates shouldn't attack each other. This asshole is talking about things he has no right to. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a big secret. Forgive me for letting the cat out of the bag, so to speak. Naruto, what is he talking about? Sakura asked. Naruto bit back a curse as the wood loosened around him. He didn't want to lie to Sakura, but he didn't want to betray Hinata's trust. He sighed and looked at Sakura sadly. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, but I can't tell you yet. I promised I wouldn't. She stared at him with a look of mild shock, before she looked down away from him and started to walk down the bridge. Yamato sighed and followed her. Okay Naruto, she mumbled. That was suave. Will you shut up, Sai? But teammates are supposed to talk to each other. Naruto scowled and started to stomp away. He wanted to be teammates by insulting him, possibly ruining Hinata's plans, and upsetting Sakura. He was as bad as Sasuke, for crying out loud. He froze as the memories of his best friend invaded his thoughts. Sasuke had been nearly unbearable to deal with. He was rude, arrogant, uncaring, and had become a brother to him. It had taken forever because of both of their stubbornness. The result had been far too little time for their friendship to grow. It wasn't a mistake he wanted to make again. Begrudgingly, he sighed and turned back. If you want to be teammates, then start with trying to be understanding of others' feelings. I do not have feelings myself, so how am I to understand it in others? Naruto smiled sadly. If Sai answered to that bastard Danzo, there was no wonder why he was so messed up. Then I guess all I can say is watch and try to figure it out. It's not exactly something you can be told how to do. Just trust your gut. You really suck at giving advice. Screw you. I thought you liked women, Naruto. Damn it. Shikamaru frowned as he stared at the Hyuga heiress as she looked at him expectantly. Why were women always so blasted troublesome? He had just wanted to meet, organize the troublesome Chunin exam, and then go watch the clouds. Was that too much to ask? Apparently someone thought so, because she had appeared and asked if she could talk with him. After swearing him to secrecy. So you want me to agree to help you come up with a plan, before you actually reveal what your goal is? Yes. Which means it is illegal, or at least will result in an extreme backlash. Most likely. Troublesome. I am sorry, but Kurenai-sensei has told my team that Asuma-sensei likes to brag about your genius. Great. Please, Shikamaru. He scratched the back of his head roughly and looked up at the clouds. For her to come to him, when she really didn't talk to anyone, but her team, meant that it was really important. And he would surmise incredibly risky. If that was the case, he should help her, but that would be a lot of extra work. His mom would also be pissed if he got caught up in something that would no doubt be messy. He really shouldn't do it. He glanced down at her, but that left them out in the cold and he would be abandoning a fellow Leaf Nin. Fine, I'll help. What do you have in mind? I am going to become the heiress of my clan and then use my authority to challenge my father for the title of head. Sounds pretty straightforward. Why do you need my help? The elder of the clan, the former clan head and my father's father will use any means to secure my younger sister, Hanabi, as the new heir. Why? She has been groomed by him to yield to his views. Yield? Hanabi appears cold, but deep down she is a young girl with an unbearable weight on her shoulders and chained to the whims of a tyrant. What do you expect he will do? He will use my desire to protect the Branch family against me. If he thinks I could possibly win, he will activate the caged bird seal. This is really going to be a pain. The sun was high in the sky as Team Kakashi knelt silently in the bushes surrounding the Tenchi Bridge. They had arrived early in the morning when it was still dark. They had no idea what time the person was to show, and unfortunately, Naruto had been so preoccupied trying to not get blown up that he never learned anything about Sasori and his mannerisms. It rendered Yamato's original plan to impersonate him impossible. The best option they had now was capture and interrogation. It was far from the best method, but offered the best chance of success. Naruto himself was miserable. Yamato scared the crap out of him. He still swore he wasn't going to peek on the women's side. Sai was irritating, although he was beginning to suspect it was not intentional. The mysterious boy genuinely had no clue of how to deal with people. Sakura had just ignored or avoided him. He would have to explain things to her after the mission. Although if they did get Sasuke back, he shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. A figure walked calmly across the bridge as a cloak hid them from view. A small breeze kicked up and pushed the hood back just a fraction of an inch. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he repressed a snarl as his eyes caught a glimpse of silver hair and wire-frame glasses. He'd recognize that description anywhere. It was the snake's pet Kabuto. He glanced over at Yamato as his instincts told him to charge in. However, he did learn his lessons and charging in would be foolish. Unless he was told to charge in. Yamato nodded and Naruto grinned. He blasted out of the brush and landed in front of the target as the other three circled around him to prevent any escape. The medic nin's eyes narrowed for a minute before a cruel smirk stretched across his features. "Hello Naruto-kun. This is quite the surprise. I see you have grown up some. If you are here then does that mean Sasori is dead?" Kabuto pulled down his hood. "It must have been excruciating for someone of your nature to sit and wait for me. We all know how much you love to charge in. Tell me, are you as hot-headed as before?" Naruto went to retort when a massive wave of killing intent washed over the bridge. The others quickly hopped back to his side and faced it. His heartbeat picked up as Orochimaru slowly sauntered out from the forest. His cruel and nearly insane grin grew wider as he looked at each member of Team Kakashi. Well, Naruto-kun, you almost look like a real ninja. Tell me, how much stronger have you gotten? I would very much like to see how you handle Sasuke-kun. He has become much stronger than before," Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto paused for a moment. Yamato was team leader, but he had the bastard's interest. He pasted a cocky grin on his face and took a step forward. "Naruto, wait," Yamato whispered harshly. Naruto ignored him and took another step. He could practically feel Yamato's frown burn its way into his back. What could he say? Despite being a little more focused and aware, he still preferred the direct approach. He'd apologize later. He placed all of his attention back on Orochimaru. "Why don't you call him over here and we'll find out? As eager as I am to see the two of you face off, I don't want to risk you capturing my future body." Naruto fought to keep his temper down. The snake talked like Sasuke was his property and it enraged him to no end. He wanted to knock that smug grin off that fake pale face. However, he was smart enough to know Orochimaru was in a completely different league than even the other Akatsuki. The snake may lack the power of some of its members, but he was far craftier. Naruto knew he needed to play it smart. It was obvious he couldn't beat Orochimaru. But that didn't mean he wouldn't try. He took a deep breath. If he was going to do what he was planning, then he needed to stay calm. Otherwise, that wouldn't work. He's not going to end up as your body. We're taking him home. But what if he does not wish to return to that weakling village? And what of the village itself? Do you really think everything will go back to the way it was? Are you truly so foolish as to think that they will accept him back with open arms? And treat you as some sort of hero for bringing a traitor back? Naruto crouched down as his whisker marks darkened and his eyes turned into vertical slits. His mouth contorted up into a feral grin as chakra started to well up in his body. He was happy that it was coming easily this time. It was usually a struggle to find the balance, but apparently the fox didn't feel like playing around either. Now, how far should he push it? Sasuke needs some sense beat into him and I'm going to do it. I promised I'd bring him home, so that's what I'm going to do, because that's my ninja way. The wind whipped around him furiously as a purple veil of pure chakra surrounded him. The first tail that sprouted had Orochimaru grinning like a kid in a candy store. The second tail caused Kabuto to leap forward to attack. Naruto used one of his tails to effortlessly knock him away. The med nin's body created a trench 30 feet long. The third tail caused Orochimaru's smile to falter slightly and his teammates to stumble back. Impressive Naruto-kun, but are you capable of using such power? Guess we'll find out, you slithering pedophile. Naruto blasted forward, taking out a huge portion of the bridge. He launched a chakra claw at the missing nin, who jumped back and weaved through the trees. The arm chased him without harming a single leaf. Naruto used the entire fox cloak as a chakra shell and performed a shunshin. It snapped him forward so fast he almost became disoriented as he appeared right above Orochimaru and Dove. The missing nin snapped his head up and opened his mouth wide. Thousands of snakes sprouted forth, each with their own poisonous blade. Naruto sucked in as much air as he could and roared. The force of the chakra expelled halted many of the snakes. Unfortunately, several pierced the shield and embedded themselves in Naruto before sending him crashing down into the ground. He was pushed down into the earth as dust and stone were tossed up into the air. He grunted in pain from the many stab wounds that decorated his body. The cuts hissed and sealed themselves as he stood up wobbly. He snarled and pulled out a kunai. He could smell his opponent through the dust cloud. He flung the blade in that direction and tore through 8 hand signs. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He leapt up out of the dust and watched as the hail of kunai showered Orochimaru and the surrounding landscape. A Yoko Rasengan formed in his hand as the Sannin melted into the ground. He cursed at the missed chance and fell to the ground softly. His eyes darted around. This wasn't good. He dove to the right as 2 massive snakes erupted from the ground and tried to devour him. He flipped onto his feet and lunged forward. The purple Rasengan slammed into the first snake. It ripped through it and went into the second one. He grinned. It was a 2-for-1 shot. The snakes collapsed to the ground dead as he went to turn. An unbearable pain rippled through his spine. He looked down shakily as the blade was torn cruelly out of his body. Time seemed to slow for him as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes widened in panic as he stared at his lower torso. He couldn't feel his legs. Barely half of his body was still connected. He tried to force the purple chakra to heal it, but he was in too much pain. It was mind-numbing and so far beyond anything he had ever experienced. Even Sasuke's Chidori to the heart paled in comparison. Orochimaru emerged from the ground slowly, the tip of his sword disappearing into his mouth. The pale man smiled savagely and walked into Naruto's line of sight. The purple chakra was flickering around the blonde, who could only pant heavily and clutch futilely at his wound. Naruto looked up at Orochimaru. A mixture of fear and hate burned in his eyes. Naruto-kun, haven't you learned not to forget about you opponents? Naruto tried to mumble some kind of insult, but the words wouldn't form on his lips. He couldn't focus and the world rapidly slipped away. The pain was quickly lessening as his mind faded into the numbing darkness. He failed. The darkness had consumed him entirely and he just seemed to float within it. He failed. The years of harsh training and struggling to overcome his shortcomings hadn't been enough. He tried to force himself to move. He couldn't just accept it. Death or failure were not options. He had promises to fulfill and dreams to realize and no one was going to prevent that. By sheer stroke of will he managed to crawl to his knees. In the darkness, he looked up and opened his mouth. Kyuubi. 2 shimmering malevolent eyes appeared and the black was engulfed in red. The battlefield was seemingly ensnared in ferocious red chakra. It smothered the air and tainted the sunlight as it wrapped around the still form of Naruto. It poured into his gaping wound and healed it almost instantaneously. The blonde was up on all fours almost faster than the eye could follow. 3 red tails of bubbling vicious chakra swayed behind him. His eyes glowed red and he snarled hatefully at the one who had caused him harm. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed in his crazed excitement as he stared at the feral boy before him. He opened his mouth and his sword slowly emerged from his throat. The red light made the polished blade appear to be stained red. Orochimaru quickly realized that it was a poor move. Naruto had realized that during his training that the more tails he gained the more animalistic he became. So currently, his sole thought when seeing the Kusanagi was that it brought pain. What brought pain must be destroyed. The Jinchuriki sat back on his haunches and forced as much chakra as he could between his 2 palms. It started to darken as it became denser, until it was a black orb of death that hovered between his palms. Oh crap, Orochimaru mumbled dryly as Naruto thrust his hands forward. The snake nin bit both his thumbs and slammed his palms into the ground. Kuchiyos, Sanju Rashomon. 3 massive gates shot up from the ground and blocked the evil ninja from the black beam that raced towards him. The first and second gates fell quickly to the blast. The third barely survived. Orochimaru spun around as a claw ripped him in half and a Yoko Rasengan was shoved into his face. Naruto landed in the dirt and let out an enraged growl as the seemingly defeated Sannin pulled himself together and then a new healthy version of him crawled out from the old one's mouth. The snake nin cackled and slowly begun to sink into the ground. A most interesting array of abilities, Naruto-kun. You always do seem to impress me. As enjoyable as this is, I must bid you farewell for now though. But do not worry, we shall see each other again very soon. Naruto howled angrily into the sky at the missed opportunity to kill his prey. No, he shouldn't howl. The Kyuubi howled. He was Naruto. He was human. His eyes squeezed shut and slowly his body seemed to relax as the bubbling chakra receded into his body. They opened revealing tired blue eyes. He stumbled forward a few steps and fell forward with a small grin. He overdid it again. His eyes closed again and he drifted into unconsciousness as Sakura and Yamato landed beside him. Hinata forced herself to stare unflinchingly into her cousin's eyes as he stared down at her with a mix of confusion and sternness. He had become significantly less hostile towards her over the years since his defeat at Naruto's hands. She could even say at times he came across as friendly or protective, well as much as he was capable of such. He was still not one for any type of oddity, preferring to instead stick to serious and predictable things, something completely different from what she was asking of him right now. You want me to do what, Hinata-sama? I want you to come with me to meet Naruto-kun when he returns. And let him look at your seal. He frowned at her and she fought back the urge to wince. He was still sensitive about the awful seal on his head, not that she could blame him. Why? I cannot say. Hinata-sama, do you not trust me, or is it that you are plotting something? If you don't know what I'm doing, they can't threaten you. They can't hurt you. After a brief instant of surprise, his eyes softened somewhat, albeit too little for most to tell. She could though, and it made her relax somewhat. As a branch member, it is my duty to protect you, not the other way around. You can't protect me from them. Hinata-sama, of course I see. Not if they can activate your seal with a mere hand sign Neji-Nisan. His jaw dropped slightly in shock as realization washed over his face. If it had been any other time, she would have giggled at seeing her stoic cousin looking like a confused fish. You're plotting against the head of the main family. No, she shook her head furiously. Just the elder and those that are a threat to our family. Naruto told me he has been taught about seals by Jiraiya-sama. He claims he is still a novice, but he should be able to discern what the properties of the seal are. And hopefully figure out a way to remove it before the time is up. What do you mean time is up? She took a deep shuddering breath and steeled herself. She couldn't break down like she did in front of Naruto. Her cousin had to see she was the leader the clan needed. In gaining his support, then she had all but a select few of the branch. She noticed he had paled drastically. The possible use of the seal was his worst fear come to life. At the end of this month, I will fight Hanabi for the position of heir. Regardless of who wins, the elder will make sure that his ideals are enforced and passed on. He has come to believe that the clan is weakening and must go back to the more stringent traditions of the past. You mean? Yes, you would be killed almost immediately for knowledge of main house techniques, and the remaining branch members would be beaten down into servitude and viewed as less than dirt. She stared at him unwaveringly as the veins around his eyes slowly crept up and his killing intent steadily grew. It wasn't her he was mad at, that she knew. His anger was directed at the injustice an old fool was bent on unleashing. She watched as he slowly knelt down before her and bowed his head. I will help you in whatever way I can, Hinata-sama. I swear it on my life. Naruto's heartbeat pounded in his ears like furious drums as he forced himself to breathe evenly. His muscles felt like lead and he wanted nothing more than to pass out, wake up, eat several hundred bowls of ramen, and then pass out again. But he couldn't yet, not with the ability to finally accomplish his promise. He slid around another corner in the dimly lit hallways of Orochimaru's underground lair. It had taken several thousand shadow clones and a couple confrontations with Sai, who seemed to finally understand what it meant to be human. Well, a little, to get to this point. They had found Sasuke. His clones and Sai had found him just 100 feet up ahead. The only problem was that Sasuke had responded by trying to blow them up. The clones were gone and he knew Sai was trying to deal with his best friend on his own, which he assumed from all the tremors was not going well. He clenched his teeth and increased his speed as daylight at the end of the tunnel appeared. This was it. He rushed out into the open air and squinted as his eyes adjusted to the sunlight. He didn't slow down and dove toward where he sensed Sai was. His eyes came into focus as he tackled the ink user and they tumbled into the rubble. Just an instant before Sasuke Uchiha's electrified kusanagi pierced the ground where Sai's head would have been. Naruto quickly checked over Sai. He seemed fine, but wouldn't move. Be careful, Naruto, he is channeling his lighting around him and it paralyzes whoever it comes in contact with, Sai said with a pained smile. You think you can handle him? Naruto grinned with a nod. He had already known from his clones that Sai had intended not to kill Sasuke. It made the root member alright in his book. While aggravating, the mysterious boy could potentially become a good friend down the road. A long tedious road, Naruto slowly stood and turned toward his old friend who looked at him with a bored expression. The wind gently kicked up dust between the two of them as the tension in the area spiked and seemed to crackle from the sheer intensity. A symphony of emotions danced in his gut as he looked at the man he had promised he would bring home. He wasn't a fool. This Sasuke wasn't someone to play around with, and while it hurt, Naruto didn't doubt the bastard would try to kill him. This situation needed to be handled delicately. So Sasuke. Naruto took a cautious step forward as his grin stretched wider. I see being Orochimaru's cock puppet hasn't diminished your glowing personality. Sasuke disappeared in an impressive display of speed and Naruto's eyes narrowed as he felt the Uchiha's presence behind him. This could get tricky. Luckily, his other two teammates finally showed up. You still talk too much, Naruto. Naruto flicked a kunai into his hand and spun as Sasuke disappeared again. He scowled. The bastard was almost as fast as Lee. Almost. He heard the lighting crackle behind him and he launched himself high into the air. He summoned several Kage Bunshin and they grabbed his jacket and flung him off to the side. He cursed as Yamato and Sakura failed in trying to ambush Sasuke. He had hoped by keeping the Uchiha's attention they could have grabbed him. But it was immediately apparent that they were all heavily outclassed. He landed heavily in a crouch as Yamato's body was struck by the lightning current and Sasuke hopped to the top of the crater. The captain's body fell back into the rubble even as he tried to move. Naruto glanced over at Sakura who seemed to be completely in shock at seeing Sasuke. He couldn't blame her. The Sasuke before them looked more like Orochimaru's son than their old friend. It was unbelievable how much 3 short years had morphed the boy in front of them. He gripped a handful of dirt angrily as various plans swam through his head. He only had one really good alternative to a long drawn-out battle and he hated it. He hated it so much he had to fight back tears. They would have to abandon the mission if everyone was going to live. With Orochimaru slithering around and Kabuto playing backup, he couldn't risk going all out on his friend and then be defenseless. It would leave Sakura on her own, and while he didn't doubt her abilities, 3 wounded and 2 powerful enemies were too much for anyone. He shook his head and walked up next to Sakura as Sasuke stared down impassively at them from the top of the crater. She went to move forward and he gently rested a hand on her shoulder. Easy, Sakura-chan, we're not really in any position to take him on. Naruto, she questioned as her emerald eyes looked at him in confusion, but it quickly melted into concern. You're not planning on using that thing you did earlier, are you? That depends on him. He looked up at Sasuke. What do you say, Sasuke? Want to show off all our moves and go all out? I bet I'd win this time. Or maybe we should just leave and fight later. The air twisted harshly as Sasuke's Sharingan spun to life and barred down on them in barely restrained fury. Naruto frowned as the Kyuubi seemed to shift around in the back of his mind uneasily. The Kyuubi was never uneasy. Know your place, orphan. I am an Uchiha. I will decide if you leave or not, and I will decide how we fight. Do not be so arrogant as to think that we are on the same level after so many years. Calling me arrogant after a speech like that is pretty hypocritical. Big words for a dead last. Sorry, I couldn't hear you with Orochimaru in your mouth. The killing intent that spiked was stifling and Naruto noticed Sakura struggling to stay standing. He took some comfort in knowing that he could still piss the Uchiha off. It meant that the old Sasuke was buried in there somewhere. However, he knew that he couldn't retrieve Sasuke now and it hurt with him finally being so close, even if by some miracle they could all safely get back to the village. Unless he could decisively defeat his friend and prove that there was strength in Konoha, Sasuke would just try to leave again. Sasuke brought his hands up and started to form hand seals. His Sharingan glaring at them with enough fury Naruto thought he might actually catch on fire. The Jinchuriki slid back into a fighting stance and started to form a rasengan. His eyes narrowed as Orochimaru appeared next to Sasuke and grabbed his hands. What are you doing, Orochimaru? Sasuke asked with a restrained annoyance in his voice. They have already killed 2 of the Akatsuki. We should let them live to see if they can eliminate more. Besides, isn't that move reserved for a special someone? Naruto's eyes darted back and forth between the two as a small nervous bead of sweat trickled down the back of his neck. Sasuke merely grunted and jumped away without a word. Orochimaru grinned wickedly at Naruto before turning and leaving as well. Sakura looked down at the ground sadly as he relaxed slightly. She looked up at him with a sad smile. Wow, Naruto, you have gotten a lot smarter. She brushed away a tear that snuck out the side of her eyes. I didn't think he'd have gotten so much stronger than us. We'll just have to try again later, right? I'm sorry Sakura-chan, but we'll get him someday, right? Yeah. If you two don't mind, I could use some help, Yamato called out from where he was sprawled out. But Captain, this is a valuable time for Naruto-kun. From what I read, this is where he should attempt to kiss the girl. Will you shut up, Sai? Kakashi zipped from one rooftop to the next as he fought to keep his normal lazy expression plastered to his face. However, inside he was angrier than he had been in a long time. He had just left Tsunade's office after being denied a leave of absence for him and Naruto. His plan had been to begin training Naruto in element manipulation and getting to see how much his hyperactive student had grown. That had been something he had wanted to do for years, but after the Suna mission, his curiosity and interest had soared to new heights. He had not been able to see Naruto fight, but to be able to nearly take out not one, but two high-class ninja, was unbelievable. He had wanted to question the blonde privately after the mission, but unfortunately he had been immediately sent back out into the field. He had returned quickly and decided to make sure he had some time to catch up. His first stop had been Tsunade's, something he was regretting significantly. He had been annoyed when he was told they had left after Orochimaru before his return. It was grating to learn they were possibly going to be able to retrieve Sasuke. However, what infuriated him was what his Hokage had told him when he demanded to know why she wouldn't give him time off. Her response was simple and a total slap in the face. Naruto had already learned of his element and had a solid grasp of its basics. That was supposed to be his responsibility. Jiraiya had agreed to protect Naruto and turn him into a competent ninja and then give him back to his original sensei. Kakashi had spent years waiting for the ability to train his blonde student. He had meticulously planned it all out, how things would be taught and when they would be taught, and the Toad Sage had ruined it all. He landed outside the women's bath silently and walked over towards the sound of someone giggling. He rounded the corner and all but marched up to the Sannin. Jiraiya never looked up, but stopped his giggling as soon as the silver-haired nin stood behind him. I was wondering when we were going to have this conversation, Kakashi. Follow me. They disappeared in a swirl of dust and darted through the trees until they were far from the village. Jiraiya landed softly in a small clearing as he turned to stare seriously at the Junin. Kakashi's lone eye glared sternly at the taller man. Gone was the lazy looks and perverted mannerisms, instead the air felt as if a battle was about to begin. Why did you teach Naruto about the elements? We agreed that was going to be left up to me, Kakashi said. The Gaki burned through what I had to teach him. I wasn't going to waste time not teaching him just because of your little plan. Elemental training was the next logical step, since the sage and advanced sealing arts are still a little bit ahead of him. There were plenty of other things you could have taught him. Worst case scenario would have you just making him practice with what he already knew. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed and Kakashi almost took a step back by the sage's quick change in demeanor. He knew personally that Jiraiya was rarely serious, but even rarer did the man become genuinely angry. It was not something to be taken lightly. So I was supposed to limit his growth for your plans, Hatake. Being forced to grow too quickly can be just as dangerous. This coming from the man who taught the Uchiha traitor his prized jutsu and anything else the little prick demanded. I thought that by pushing Sasuke it would help keep him loyal to Konoha. It was a mistake on my part. Is that what this was about? You undermined what I asked of you for one mistake. Jiraiya's chakra spiked to the point it flattened the grass around him. One mistake? You taught Naruto how to walk up a damn tree and hold hands with his teammates. I had to spend over a year trying to fix things that should have been fixed in the first month as an active genin. The fact that he would even call you a sensei just goes to show how forgiving and kind he is. Tell me, Kakashi, do you even know how hurt and abandoned he felt when you ran off with the Uchiha during the Chunin exams? Naruto understood that Sasuke needed me because of my Sharingan. No, you thought he did and didn't care enough to make sure. And to add insult to injury, you hand him off to Ebisu, perhaps one of the weakest jonin in the village. Kakashi grit his teeth behind his mask. He couldn't argue against the accusations. Heck, he himself had entertained similar thoughts. However, the training he was supposed to provide was going to make up for all of it. It was supposed to allow him to atone. Maybe you're right, but as sensei's student I should have been given another chance to make up for it. I should have handled the majority of his training, not you. But see, that's part of the problem. You just want to train him because he was Minato's son, not because of Naruto himself. Like you are any different. I didn't know who he was until I found out he had the Kyuubi, which wasn't until after I agreed to teach him. I decided to train some little blonde brat because he had guts. Pure brainless guts. When I train him, I see Naruto the hyperactive, dense, unbelievably creative student. I see Minato's son as a distant second. All his life, he's had people see him as someone besides himself. The Kyuubi, its container, the loudmouth blonde, the dead last, the Uchiha's teammate, and finally Minato's son are the only things people saw him as, never Naruto Uzumaki. You don't have any right to question me about what I taught my student. Kakashi's shoulders slumped as Jiraiya's words hammered themselves into his mind. He struggled to believe what the Sannin said, but as an elite Junin he could rationally accept the points Jiraiya made. It was a curse how quickly his mind worked because it was painfully quick in summarizing one simple conclusion. He had failed, and Naruto did not need him anymore. It was a bitter revelation. If you want to do something for Naruto, help him when he asks you to. Support him for who he is and let him find his own path. If you can't do that, then stay the hell out of his way. Kakashi nodded silently as he looked down at the ground and Jiraiya walked away back towards the village. It really was bitter indeed. Naruto's bottom lip stuck out in an annoyed pout as he clasped his hands behind his head and walked throughout Konoha's streets. He had kept it to himself, but the mission's failure had really bothered him. He wasn't sure if it was because they didn't get Sasuke, or because his friend was so chillingly different. Naruto's faith was unshakable normally, but his years with Jiraiya had taught him how to read people better. What he read of Sasuke was not something he liked, and it left an impossibly small bit of doubt nibbling in the back of his mind. The hair stood up on the back of his neck and he twisted around just in time to catch a pale hand lunging straight at him. It quickly caught his full attention. The skin was immaculate, but seemed strong like that of a fighter. He was so immersed in his scrutiny of the hand and how it fit into his that he barely noticed a slightly blushing Hinata staring at him. His eyes caught hers and he jumped back quickly and scratched the back of his head nervously. Geez Hinata, we really need to stop meeting up like this. We're bound to kill one another eventually, he laughed nervously. Why the hell was he acting so nervous? It was only Hinata's hand. It must be nerves from her sudden attack. Yeah, that made sense. She stood up and smiled slightly as her blush disappeared. But it's fun to see you on your toes, Naruto-kun. Glad to see I amuse you. She just nodded happily and slapped something on his chest before she leapt up onto the rooftops and ran away. He frowned in confusion as his eyes drifted down to a piece of indigo paper stuck to his jacket. His demeanor instantly became more serious. So, it was tonight, huh? Was Jiraiya around? He could be a big help in figuring out Neji's seal. Naruto shook his head at that thought. His teacher was too important to Konoha and too close to Ba-chan. If what Hinata said was true, then they would be in a major political hotbed. One that could possibly ruin the Hokage's authority. The type of thing the old fart Danzo would jump at. He scratched his head furiously as the implications ran through his head. He hated politics and just barely understood them enough to know they were a pain in the ass and something to avoid. What he understood better was that if they failed, all of them would most likely be charged with treason and killed. Hey Naruto. He was immediately yanked from his thoughts by the voice. He looked up to see Sakura run up to him. Sakura-chan, what's wrong? She stopped in front of him and smiled. Oh, nothing, I just thought maybe you'd want to go get ramen for lunch and maybe talk about the mission. Naruto smiled even as he felt apprehension fill up in his chest. The mission was the one thing he didn't want to talk about with Sakura. Sure, Sakura-chan. They wandered over to Ichiraku's in silence. It was agonizing for Naruto because for the life of him he couldn't figure out what to talk about. A problem they never had before he left. What could they talk about? The long travel between missions covered all of the catching up, and they had never really had any form of serious or deep conversations before. As the ramen stand came into view, he didn't think he could have been happier. They sat down and ordered quickly. The food was out almost immediately and Tsuki wandered off into the back, leaving the two of them alone. You know, Sasuke-kun's not the only one who's grown so much, Naruto, Sakura said as she blew on the steaming broth. I'm really not sure who would win between you two now. He blinked at her in surprise before stuffing his mouth full of noodles. I mean the past two missions you've really taken charge and kind of led them. The plans were still crazy, but kind of made sense all at the same time. Thanks Sakura-chan, but I'm still a long ways from being able to lead effectively. I know where I need to be and what to do, but I have no idea how to handle other people. If anything, my teamwork has really been setback. I really don't think so, Naruto. You worked great with Kakashi-sensei and Yamato. She stirred the noodles and broth. I've thought about it a lot lately and part of me has begun to feel that you've kind of outgrown Team 7. He turned toward her in alarm. Her face, that was cheerful moments before, had quickly soured. Her emerald eyes plainly accused him of abandoning her and their team. That's not true, Sakura-chan. Team 7 is my family. I wouldn't turn my back on you guys. Then why won't you tell me about your new abilities, or include me in your plans? I'm not the same helpless little girl from before. I don't include you in front-line plans because you are the medic. If you had gotten hurt by Sasuke or Orochimaru, I would have had to carry you, Sai, and Yamato home. You are too valuable to risk in a fight. I don't doubt your abilities, but it is still risky regardless. As far as my abilities, Ero-sensei made me promise to only reveal it as necessary. I'm sure Ba-chan did the same with you, right? She clenched her fists and fought back tears. I know, and I'm sorry for being like this. I just can't help but want things to be like they were. You, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei, and me working together as a unit with no secrets between us. I feel like I'm losing that dream with each passing day. It will go back. I'll make sure of it. I promised to get Sasuke back and I will. Then why didn't you at our last mission? We could have found a way if we had worked together. We were outmatched, Sakura-chan. And as far as Sasuke, Ero-sensei always told me to look at the consequences. Bringing Sasuke back is one of the most important things to me, but not if it means he'll just end up in prison or leave again. And definitely not if it means I have to sacrifice someone else or go against my teacher's instructions. She stood up abruptly and stared down at him as tears dripped down her cheeks. He knew that wasn't what she wanted to hear, but he wasn't willing to lie to her. She didn't deserve that. That's great, Naruto. I'm glad you're so devoted to your new teacher. It's clear that he means more to you than your team. She whirled around and stomped off into the crowd. He wasn't sure whether to be confused, hurt, or heart-wrenchingly sad. Why couldn't she understand where he was coming from? He wanted to fix things and reunite his family to the point he was almost desperate, but he had other responsibilities to consider. Jiraiya had put everything he had into him so that he could stop Akatsuki and protect this village. He couldn't just turn his back on what the pervert had asked of him, especially when it didn't conflict with his original promise. He shook his head and tossed some money down on the counter before he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked out. The two neglected ramen bowls becoming cold. Chapter 4. So tell me, Jiraiya, how proficient has Naruto become with using seals? Tsunade asked as she poured herself a cup of sake. As with everything, he does it his own way. He snatched the bottle away from her and poured himself a small cup. Care to explain? He has a solid grasp of basics and the theory behind them. The rest he wings it. She sputtered into her cup and slammed it down on the table. What do you mean he wings it? Seals are an extremely complicated art that only a few can use proficiently and even less can be considered masters of it. But this is Naruto we're talking about. He has a way of simplifying things and making them work. There has to be more to this. Not really. Seals are partially about knowledge. What property each seal contains, how to read the chakra flow, how they mix and build upon each other to create new seals. These things are only a small part of sealing. A bigger part is creativity, which Naruto has bucket loads of. Although it is a little crude. So because he has a good imagination he can create seals, please. Not quite as simple as that, but you have the idea. Naruto does it very simplistically and in a step-by-step method. Whereas I would make one seal that would do everything with a flare of chakra, he uses multiple techniques to get the job done. It is very logical in an out-of-the-box sort of way. She frowned and took another sip. I spent years researching and crafting my seal, Jiraiya. It is not easy. But you have one seal that does 100 things. He does 100 things for one seal. It's not the most graceful, but it ends up working. You should see him unseal things. It's crazy how he does it, but in some cases it works better than the way I do it. Unbelievable, that brat can't do anything normal, can he? Nope, he chuckled. But hey, look at Minato. He went farther than anyone else, and it was all because of his creativity. The stars twinkled playfully in the night sky as the full moon shone down, illuminating the training field where Naruto and Hinata had sparred previously. The blonde ninja sat next to the river and stared down at his reflection in silent contemplation. One thought continued to permeate his brain, even though it was unwanted. Sakura wasn't willing to listen to his side of things, because it meant the awful truth that things would never be the same. It didn't mean things wouldn't get better, but it would change. For someone like Sakura, change was often unwelcome if it didn't fit in perfectly with her personal views. He didn't blame her at all since he was of a similar mind frame. He perked up as two presences landed softly behind him. He remained sitting even as he spun around. Neji and Hinata walked up to him without a word. Neji was radiating a nervous energy even though he was trying to hide it behind his stoic visage valiantly. They quickly sat down across from Naruto. Given the situation, it was silently agreed to go straight to work. The branch Hyuga removed his headband and laid it neatly in his lap. Naruto stuck his bottom lip out as he studied the symbols that adorned the Hyuga's forehead. It was a nasty one, and he could tell immediately it was designed to prevent any form of tampering. Jiraiya really would have been a huge help, that was for sure. I can tell you already this thing is going to be a pain in the ass, Naruto mumbled as he leaned in closer. Is it even possible? Neji asked calmly even as a small tone of hopefulness broke through. Oh, it's possible, but from what I've read from the symbols there are two problems in dispelling it. The first is that it will literally destroy your brain. I'm confident I can get past that part, but the other problem is your eyes will rot out of your head. You'd be alive and free, but I assume having a bunch of blind Hyuga bumping into each other isn't what you want. Naruto-kun, Hinata mumbled embarrassedly as Neji's left eye twitched slightly. No Naruto, that is not what I would want, Neji said. Naruto leaned back and crossed his arms across his chest and closed his eyes. He was favoring the idea of trying to trick the seal, and he had a pretty good theory on how to do it. But theory was far different from practice. It was also risky because it required some degree of medical knowledge, which he lacked. We need a med nin. A good one if what I'm thinking of is going to work. I am qualified, Naruto-kun. Really, Hinata, I saw you use it earlier, but wasn't sure how much you knew. Hinata-sama. I'm not anywhere near as talented as Sakura-san, but Tsunade-sama assures me my skills are very good. Wow, that's really cool, Hinata. Yes, it is most interesting, Neji said as he shot her a look that promised further questioning. What do you need me to do, Naruto-kun? Well, it won't be pretty, but basically, I want to cut the chakra pathways of the seal. This would force the seal to assume the host was dead and deactivate. But wouldn't that lead to Neji-Nisan's eyes being destroyed? Yes, but the seal does so by sending a massive pulse of chakra. After the pulse, the chakra stored in the seal dissipates and the seal dissolves. If we send an opposing pulse of chakra to intercept the seal's pulse, then we should be able to save the eyes. Or the front of your face will explode, Neji. That would be undesirable, Neji said. Well, it should work out. You want to try it? Naruto asked with a grin. The other two blinked in disbelief. Naruto-kun, don't you want to take more time to come up with a better solution? We've got 3 weeks until we're out of time. If this works, it will take that long to unseal all the branch house members. Besides, for me to come up with something better is going to take another few years of studying, and even then it will be along this same line. If it makes you feel better, my seals always work better than I plan. Didn't your exploding tags nearly kill you? Hinata asked. Exactly, they did more than planned. Do it. Neji-Nisan. Naruto is right, Hinata-sama. We do not have time to be hesitant, not when our family is at risk. She nodded as Naruto pulled out a scroll and a brush. He quickly scribbled several designs into it and bit his thumb. He smeared a line of blood over it and pressed his left palm down. Chakra surged into the scroll as Naruto brought his other hand up in a one-handed tiger seal. A pale silver smoke started to rise from the scroll as he pressed the tips of his fingers directly onto Neji's forehead. The smoke formed tendrils and shot forward before seemingly wrapping around the various parts of the caged bird seal. Okay, Hinata, I need you to use your Byakugan and chakra scalpel to start severing the chakra strands that connect Neji's seal to his brain. Start with the weakest strands and then move on to the bigger ones. Leave 5 of them, because they will all have to be cut at once for this to work. Neji, Every time she cuts one it's going to feel like the seal is activating. The scroll will also keep tugging on the seal, so just bear with it, okay? Neji could only wince in reply as Hinata sliced the first stand. The Hyuga genius clenched his hands in the dirt as he fought back the urge to scream in pain. Hinata looked worried, but kept focused as she snapped one after another. The tendrils from Naruto's scroll seemed to tug harder with every cut, and quickly it looked as if the smoke was going to pull the seal right off Neji's forehead. The normally stoic boy had tears leaking out of his eyes as the situation continued to intensify. I have cut all but 5. Okay. Naruto forced some of his chakra into his fingertips as the chakra in his palm flared violently. Cut them now. Neji cried out in pain as Hinata severed the final strands and the scroll ripped the seal into itself. He collapsed to the ground panting heavily. His clothes hung to his damp skin and he shook uncontrollably. Hinata looked at Naruto pleadingly as he quietly rolled up the scroll. He gave the biggest grin he could and a thumbs up. She smiled happily as green chakra surrounded her hands. She held them over her cousin and a look of relief washed over her. So Neji, how do you feel? That is a foolish question, Neji said between ragged breaths. However, it appears your plan was a success. I am alive and not blind. Unfortunately, we couldn't completely remove the stick up your. That was Neji Nisan's way of saying thank you, Naruto-kun. They waited patiently as Neji recovered. Slowly his energy returned, and once he could walk around easily he mumbled that there was someplace he had to be and left. Naruto lifted his head as he enjoyed a cool breeze that blew past him. He glanced over towards Hinata and his breath caught in his throat. The wind gently brushed her hair that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. A small gentle smile graced her lips as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the breeze. He admitted as his mind started functioning again, that it was one of the most genuinely beautiful things he had ever seen. He shook the thoughts from his head and walked over to her. They needed to plan their next step and he had several questions for her. Staring at her like an idiot wouldn't do either of those things. That worked actually about as well as I planned it. I must be getting better at this stuff. It was really impressive, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Hinata. So what's next in your game plan? I think we need to release the rest of the branch members as you said earlier. Do you think it is possible for us to do 10 a night? I should be able to sneak that many out of the compound without notice. If we need to do 10 then we'll do 10. What about what you're going to do? I doubt the elder and his lackeys will just take this lying down. The family members who cannot fight must be protected. I believe we must bring in more allies. I have 2 in mind that could be very helpful since I want to keep this circle small. Naruto's face briefly scrunched up in thought. A flash of green spandex appeared in his mind and a smile crept up. Yeah, I know someone who would be good to have around. Alright then, we shall meet here tomorrow night at the same time. We need to be careful since they will be watching me the closer we get to the deadline. No problem, I'm sure you can take care of yourself. You've gotten really strong. She gave him a small nod of thanks and started to walk away. Hey Hinata, wait, how'd you learn all that medical stuff? She turned her head over her shoulder with a sly smile. I don't think that's something I should talk about just anywhere, Naruto-kun. I think nothing less than dinner would be appropriate. A date as it were. A blazing blush crept up onto his cheeks as soon as she turned away and walked into the forest. A date, a date, a date. She just suggested they should go on a date. That had never happened to him before. Sure, he'd asked Sakura, but he really had no clue as to what he was supposed to do on a date. What should he do? He needed advice. Yes, advice would be good. Where was Ero-sensei? Wait, no, the pervert would just hand him one of his boring books. Where was Iruka-sensei? Yes, Iruka-sensei would help. Date. He passed out onto his back as the surge of thoughts forced his mind to shut down. Had he been able to remain conscious and head back to the village, he would have spotted an unconscious Eris sporting an inhuman blush. Sai knelt quietly amongst his fellow root members as his master, Danzo, sat before them. The old man posed regally in the shadows, a king within his kingdom. However, for all the posturing, Sai didn't doubt for a second that Danzo could kill them all with ease. The man may appear crippled, but it was a front more than anything else. An act of deception in order to keep that thing behind his bandages a secret. Do you have something you wish to ask, Sai? Danzo's aged voice asked pointedly. Sai stiffened slightly. Even if the man's eyes were closed, there was little doubt he knew every action his subordinate made. No, sir. Do not believe that just because I entertained your request to remain with the Nine Tails, that I am bestowing more freedoms upon you. My loyalty is still to you first, my lord. See that it remains that way. Danzo stood up slowly as his back popped with every ascending inch. I have a mission for all of you. There are 3 current threats to the village that surpass all others. The Nine-Tailed Fox, the Akatsuki, and Orochimaru and his companions. We are going to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Do you wish for us to assassinate them, Danzo-sama? An agent to Sai's left asked. No, I cannot be implicated in this. We will set a trap, and they should kill each other. At the very least, it will diminish their collective threat. What do you order of us? The Akatsuki wants the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails wants Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha is obsessed with his brother who is a part of the Akatsuki. I require that false information be passed along in order for them to chase down each other. But sir, many of the villagers have begun to view Naruto as a hero, and they still hope for Sasuke's return. Their deaths could result in a large backlash from Konoha's citizens. Sai felt the hair stand up on the back of his neck as Danzo opened his one good eye and stared down at him. Such a thing would only serve to discredit the Slug Princess's ability to be an effective Hokage and further my own advance to the position. At worst, it would merely damage Uzumaki's reputation and allow me to harness him as a more effective weapon. It is for that reason, Sai, that I wish for you to take this seal. During the battle, I want you to place this on Naruto. It will unleash the full force of the Nine Tails' power temporarily and drive the villagers to fear him once more. The old man nodded and a rude member moved over to Sai and handed out a small paper seal. Sai took it and hid it in his vest. A strange foul taste seemed to form in his mouth, but for what reason he didn't know. It just felt wrong. Naruto slurped at his ramen happily as Iruka thumbed his wallet sadly. He wasn't entirely sure why his favorite blonde student had dragged him out of his house in the middle of the night, but he assumed it was fairly important. The blonde had been frantic and had babbled too much to understand, so Iruka had dragged him to the Ichiraku ramen stand in order to calm him down. It worked, but in the end, he had sacrificed his poor wallet. So Naruto, what exactly is so important you dragged me out at 3 in the morning, and prevented the ramen stand from closing? Naruto froze in mid-slurp and Iruka was immediately concerned. Naruto never stopped in mid-slurp. I need to ask you about something. What? What am I supposed to do on a date? Iruka almost fell out of his chair at the absurdity of the question. That was what was so blasted important. Even Tyuki seemed to be surprised as he listened indiscreetly from where he was cleaning up. You dragged me out here for that? Iruka's right eye twitched madly as the desire to kill his old student became nearly overpowering. I'm sorry, I was just asked out by someone and I really have no idea what to do or say. It's not like it's happened a lot, you know. Iruka blinked and paused for a moment as Naruto stared up at him intently. The kid was really nervous about it. Iruka smiled slightly. It was nice to see a girl finally take an interest in him. 3 in the morning wasn't that late anyway. Okay Naruto, I'll tell you what I know. Thanks Iruka-sensei, you're the best. I know absolutely nothing about dating. What? Naruto jumped up and pointed an accusing finger. Someone as old as you has never been on a date. Oh my god, you must have like 30 cats in your apartment or something. Iruka lunged and grabbed Naruto's jacket and shook him roughly as a vein throbbed on his head. I do not. He's never had to go on a date, Brad, because I prefer it nice and quiet at home. Naruto and Iruka froze and turned slowly to the stand's entrance. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of dinner plates as his jaw dropped. You're that crazy psycho lady from the Chunin exams. Anko Mitarashi grinned wickedly as she strutted up to them. Iruka let go of Naruto and turned to her as Naruto fell back onto his stool in shock. Hey, I remember you. You're that loud-mouthed brat in the bright orange jumpsuit. You haven't gotten yourself killed yet, huh? Anko-chan, this is Naruto. I've told you about him before, remember? He looked over at his dazed student. Naruto, this is Anko Mitarashi. My girlfriend. What? Naruto shouted. Are you insane? Man, Iruka-sensei, you may have been better off with the cats. Anko laughed loudly as Iruka glared in annoyance at the blonde. I like him, Iruka. He's got spunk. That's one way of putting it, he mumbled. He shook his head. I thought you were out on a mission. I finished early and went to find you. She leaned in close to his ear and lowered her voice so only they could hear. I've been so very lonely, Iruka-kun. Iruka blushed slightly before he turned toward Naruto in a hurry. Well, it was nice seeing you, Naruto. Good luck on your date. The academy teacher grabbed her hand and they vanished in a shunshin. Naruto sat there with a perplexed look on his face before he realized they were gone. What the hell? Tsuki placed another bowl down in front of his best customer. Eat that and I'll tell you what you have to do for a date. Naruto ate happily as Tsuki talked for well over an hour. While root members across the country darted through the shadows that night brought. Their only thoughts rested solely on the completion of their mission for their master. They were like a whisper that echoes softly from the dark, or the small voice that invaded the dreams of those who slept unaware. Danzo's nefarious web would be woven across the land as he commanded. All was for him, for he was all. 5 hidden figures landed simultaneously in the open field that Naruto and Hinata seemed to favor. Naruto's grin threatened to split his face as he looked at each of the members. Hinata had good choices. Lee, Shikamaru, a guy he guessed was Shino, Hinata, and himself all stood in a circle staring at each other. Is that you, Shino? Naruto asked. Has it been so long that you are unsure of my identity, Naruto? Shino, you've got about 2 square inches of your face showing. Most people wouldn't be able to recognize you. Perhaps this is true, perhaps it is not. I see Lee was your choice, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. Yosh, Naruto-kun has informed me of this most wonderful endeavor. Lee gave a small bow. I am honored to assist you. Yeah, he's about as loyal as you can get and having him in a fight could be really handy, Naruto said and looked around. I'm surprised Mud Boy isn't here. This isn't the type of mission Kiba-kun excels at. He's not very discreet, Hinata said. But Naruto and Lee are. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Troublesome. I'm surprised that you're here, Shikamaru. I figured with as lazy as you are it would be too troublesome, Naruto said. It is, but not as much as what will happen if the Hyuga elder succeeds. Aren't you going to question if that is Shikamaru, Naruto? Oh, for crying out loud, Shino. Can we get to this troublesome plan? The less time we spend together the less chance there is we will get caught. The jovial mood turned somber as everyone silently agreed with the shadow user. Hinata stepped forward and took a deep breath. Between now and my fight with my sister Hanabi we will unseal all of the branch family. I will then fight her and win. This will secure my position as heiress and give me the right to challenge my father and the elder for immediate leadership of the clan. Do you think that is wise, Hinata-sama? Neji asked as he landed behind the group. Hiyashi-sama is terrifyingly strong. I know from recent events that you are hiding a great deal of your abilities, but do you think it is enough? Are you kidding? Hinata is wicked strong. She'll be able to beat the crap out of anyone she has to. Naruto said. He frowned when he saw everyone staring at him with intrigued gazes. And just how do you know this, Naruto? How much time have you been spending with Hinata-sama? Naruto could have sworn the stoic Hyuga was trying to repress a smirk. We've sparred before. What's it to you? Nothing for the time being. However, Hinata-sama, even should you succeed in gaining the title as clan head, the blatant disregard for clan tradition and law would be considered treasonous at best. You didn't seem to mind when we did it with you. Naruto didn't like where Neji was heading with the discussion. Hinata didn't need any more people working against her. I'm not ungrateful, far from it actually. If she chooses this path I will support her, but Hinata-sama, you must realize that even if the branch family will love you for what you've done, the main will seek retribution. Hinata shook her head slowly as a small smile graced her features. You are getting ahead of yourself, Neji-Nisan. I will worry about making sure our family is safe, and I will destroy the practices that will lead to our end. I will worry about the elder and his followers when the time comes. You will not be alone in this. How do I know this? Because we are comrades and will stand by you, Shino said as everyone nodded in agreement. It appears Naruto especially will be there for you. A faint blush seemed to creep up on the two mentioned. Naruto quickly hid it behind a scowl. What's that supposed to mean? It means what I said. Hinata and I have come up with several plans in case her current one fails. Shikamaru walked to the center of the circle. Naruto, your job is guarding Hinata if something happens. Lee, Shino, you two are going to help me protect the branch members and take out anyone attacking them. We have to succeed one way or another. It's just too troublesome to be tried for treason. The others nodded in agreement. One last thing, Hinata-sama, You will need a personal team to bear witness to the events of the day. Hanabi and by extension Hiyashi-sama will be backed by the elder. I and the rest of the branch would fill this role for you, but, he let the words trail off. I understand Neji-Nisan, Naruto-kun, Shino-kun, would you both be willing to stand in my corner? Certainly. Of course. It's settled then. In 3 weeks Shino and Naruto will escort Hinata to her fight. The rest of us will provide protection in the event that anyone comes under attack, Shikamaru summarized. Yes, thank you all of you, Hinata said with a bow. No problem, now where are the rest of these guys we have to unseal? Danzo's false message spread out like an infectious disease as it coursed from one person to the next. Rumors, gossip, and hushed conversations filled the underworld. The ears within the shadows quickly returned it to their various masters. Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha is where? Tsunade shouted as she stood up and slammed her hands on her desk. Bunker in Rice Country. Lord Orochimaru, Sasuke has disappeared, Kabuto said as he blasted into his master's private chambers. Why? There were murmurings of Itachi Uchiha being spotted within Fire Country. I believe Sasuke left to investigate. Foolish child putting himself at risk. He must be retrieved immediately. I will not lose my body after such a long wait. Let's go Kabuto. Secret Cave. Itachi, we have just received information that Sasuke Uchiha is being sent on a mission to assassinate the Nine Tails. We believe Orochimaru is attempting to stop our plans, Pain's holographic form said. You and Kisame are to prevent this and retrieve the Kyuubi. Understood. Naruto's heart beat quickly as Tsunade stared at him. Sakura to his right seemed just as anxious. To his left stood Kakashi and Sai, the former hadn't pulled out his book and even the latter seemed anxious. Those two alone solidified what was happening firmly in reality. Sasuke was in Fire Country on some type of mission for Orochimaru. The mission itself was only slightly important. What really mattered is Sasuke was going to be alone, which meant they would have a much greater chance of grabbing him. He clenched his fist as his excitement started to build up. He'd have to unload everything he had. Unless it was a clear victory in his favor, he wouldn't be able to reason with Sasuke. Naruto, are you listening? Tsunade asked with a slight edge to her voice. Yeah, I'm listening, Ba-chan. She looked at him calculatingly for a moment before looking away and talking again. From Sakura's report, I have come to believe that Sasuke has been using drugs to further enhance his abilities and has at least one technique that he is confident that it will assure him victory. He is not to be underestimated. Kakashi, you're in charge. I want all of you to realize something. Her tone became much more grave, and Naruto felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Sasuke may not want to be saved. I hope for your sake that is not the case, but should it come to where Kakashi believes him to be a threat to you or Konoha, he is to be eliminated as a missing nin. Naruto fought the urge to wince as Sakura gasped and brought her hands to her mouth. He worried that was one order she wouldn't be able to follow. He himself was having a tough time wrapping his head around it. But Sakura, she still hadn't talked to him after their talk last time. That had been 12 days ago. He steeled his resolve. He loved Sasuke like a brother and would do everything in his power to save him. It wouldn't come to a choice between the village or his friend. It couldn't. You leave immediately, dismissed. The four bolted out of her open window and took out across the village rooftops. It was a half-day's run to get to where they were supposed to be. It didn't allow them any time to waste. He glanced to his right as Sakura ran up to him. She kept her eyes focused straight ahead of her. Can I trust you, Naruto? She asked. He frowned. It hurt him greatly that she even had to ask a question like that. However, to her, he must seem like a stranger. She was just trying to be reassured that his promise was still valid. He gave her the biggest smile he could. Of course you can, Sakura-chan. Okay, she smiled back at him. Then let's go get our teammate back. Team Kakashi quickly made their way through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. The air was saturated with humidity, and even with the breeze from running and the shade from the trees, it was unbearably warm. It served only to increase the already tense atmosphere. Sai stayed to the back of the group and would every so often toss a glance at Naruto. He subconsciously patted his vest that had the terrible seal his master had given him. Danzo-sama's messengers had done well. They were close enough that when Naruto released the majority of the Kyuubi's power, the village would feel it. If by some miracle Naruto reverted back from his transformation, there was little doubt the village would revert completely back to the way they had been during Naruto's childhood. The foul taste that had plagued Sai since he had been given the seal seemed to intensify. He had read about it. The bad taste in his mouth stemmed from a severe dislike of something. It confused him since he had never really liked or disliked anything. However, Naruto had become known as a friend in a startling short period of time. The blonde seemed to have a way that made you want to trust him, to be loyal to him. Sai didn't doubt if he was normal he would have tossed the seal in the trash. But then again, if he was normal he wouldn't have a cursed seal tattooed to his tongue. Multiple explosions echoed throughout the forest as birds scattered to flee the monstrous battles taking place. Naruto landed in a heap and tore off the burning remains of his jacket. Well, this battle was off to a good start. His eyes narrowed as they rested on Sasuke. They had been caught by surprise. The giant blue bastard from the Akatsuki had come out of nowhere. Kakashi and Sakura were forced to engage him while Naruto and Sai went ahead to intercept Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke had spotted them first. Apparently, the Uchiha was still a little upset about the jokes made about him and Orochimaru doing private things, because the only hello Naruto got was a massive flaming dragon engulfing him. It was here that Naruto found himself shirtless, scorched, and slightly annoyed. Sai had disappeared and Sasuke looked like he was more than willing to kill Naruto. Painfully, a pair of blood-red Sharingan glared down at him. Naruto just smiled. I see Orochimaru let you off your leash for a little bit, Sasuke. What's the matter? You not housebroken yet? I really should not be wasting my time with you, Naruto, but I desire to shut that infuriating mouth of yours permanently. Sasuke unsheathed his blade and a current of lighting coursed down its steel edge. Bring it, you snake-sucking bastard. Kakashi pulled his headband up hastily and his Sharingan spun to life. He had encountered this particular missing nin before, and he knew the shark-like man was not to be underestimated. Sakura tightened her gloves as she stood behind him. He was glad she had chosen to stay behind instead of rushing straight for Sasuke. It was silently agreed upon that Naruto would be the one to handle their teammate. They all knew the only chance Sasuke would agree to come back willingly would be if Naruto had surpassed him. Sakura shot forward straight at Kisame much to the surprise of the swordsman. Her fist shot forward and he barely had time to dodge to the side. Her fist connected with the ground and large chunks of earth fell away like a massive earthquake. He jumped up into the air and started to tear through hand signs. Sweden. Bakusui Shoha. He opened his mouth wide and hundreds of gallons of water rushed out. Sakura pushed as much chakra to her feet as she could. She brought her arms up in front of her defensively as the massive wave rushed over her violently. She fought to push her chakra deeper into the ground to keep her foothold as the force of the water tried to wash her away. Kisame grinned a toothy sadistic grin and slammed his palm onto the water's rushing surface. Sweden. Goshokuzume. 5 sharks composed of water bled from his fingertips. The finned creature circled once and then raced along with the current toward the blind Kuonichi. Sweden. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Kakashi called out from his place on top of the water. The water swirled into a massive water column that shielded Sakura from the sharks. Kisame's grin faded as his sharks were swallowed up by the vortex and dispelled. He looked over at Kakashi with an annoyed expression. My sharks were hungry. He sighed and glanced down at Sakura briefly. But it's not like that bony little girl was going to provide much meat. He pulled the giant bandaged sword from his back and held it in front of him. His bloodthirsty grin returned full force. You might make a better meal though. The two rushed towards each other on the water's surface. Kakashi dodged to the side as Kisame swung Samahata down. The power of his strike nearly cleaved the man-made lake in two. The shark nin spun and Kakashi flipped back and charged his hand with lightning chakra. He waved his hand forward and the electricity formed into a ferocious dog that pounced forward. It dove under the surface of the water as Kakashi leapt into the air. The lake became a pool of lightning. Kisame yelled out as arcs of electricity coursed through and around him. He collapsed to his knees and kept a shaky grip on his sword as he panted heavily. Kakashi landed and gripped his wrist. Chakra sparked to life in his palm and almost instantly his prized Reikiri surged to life. You're a real piece of work, you know that, Kisame said as he struggled up onto his feet. You've fried your own subordinate. I thought you Konoha goody-goodies looked down on that kind of thing. We do, Sakura said from behind him. Kisame looked behind his shoulder and her fist collided with the side of his face. He was sent sailing across the water as bits of tooth and blood flew out of his mouth. He sunk below the surface seemingly unconscious as Kakashi released his attack and walked over to Sakura. "I was hoping you'd figure out how to escape," he said as his normal eye seemed to smile. A vein appeared on her forehead as she clenched her fist. "You mean you charged the water without being sure?" Ma, I figured you'd realize I left the vortex hollow and swim into it." Their eyes grew wide as 3 chakras flared up terrifyingly high. Sasuke's was over where Naruto had headed and now the forest was on fire. The other 2 were in the opposite direction and Kakashi recognized them immediately. Itachi and Orochimaru had run into each other and apparently weren't very happy about it. "Sakura, we need to." His voice died in his throat as an enormous outpouring of malevolent chakra saturated everything. He had felt that once before and it didn't help to make it any less nightmarish. There was only one thing that could produce chakra like that: the Kyuubi. Itachi sat in the tree with his eyes closed as he stretched his senses out across the battlefields. He had known Sasuke was near long before he had attacked Naruto. While he was pleased with his brother's growth, the disgusting darkness of his chakra disheartened him. That kind of evil was only surpassed by Madara. It was something he had prayed would not happen. He had hoped that even though Sasuke would hate him, his younger brother would not surrender himself to the cursed nature of the Uchiha bloodline. It appeared that Sasuke didn't merely surrender. He reveled in it. He didn't react when the rapid slithering of a serpent reached his ears. So, his brother's master decided to follow as well. It was a welcome surprise. Orochimaru had been a problem for far too long. Itachi had spent years feeling guilty for not killing him when he had the chance. It would have saved the Sandame's life and the village a great deal of strife. It was a strong possibility it may have also saved his younger brother. He kept calm as a snake wrapped around him and sunk its fangs deep into his throat. It shook its head roughly as it tried to sever his neck. His body burst into a dozen crows that quickly flew away from the snake and reformed on another branch. Ku. Most impressive as always, Itachi-kun. I'm surprised that you are actually here. It appears the information we retrieved was correct after all, Orochimaru said as he appeared from the tree Itachi had been sitting on. Itachi's neutral expression never faltered, but inside his mind he was calculating what he had just heard. If there was information about him being here, that would explain Sasuke and Orochimaru's presence. They shouldn't know he was here if they were only planning on assassinating Naruto. Unless this entire scenario was a trap. Danzo. Anger flickered slightly within his obsidian eyes. The old war hawk never was one for threats. It would appear that the old fool needed to be reminded that Itachi Uchiha was not to be ignored. However, he would need to skin a snake first. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Itachi took a deep breath and blew over 30 fireballs at the snake nin. Orochimaru leapt straight into them and grit his teeth in pain as his pale skin was blackened from the burns. A pair of hands appeared in his mouth and pulled another healthy body out. The reborn body opened its mouth and hundreds of snakes, each with its own sword, rushed out towards the ever-calm Uchiha. Itachi's eyes morphed into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Bloody tears fell from his eyes as black flames erupted from his right eye and buried Orochimaru, snakes and all. The pale man screamed in agony as the unquenchable Amaterasu ate away at his body. Another unburned body attempted to flee from the mouth of the destroyed one. It failed. Each new body was ignited as it struggled to free itself from the old. He writhed in agony, but focused one furious eye on the man who would end his life. Orochimaru, you will not escape this time, Itachi said monotonously. Not even your ashes will survive the flames of my Sharingan. The snake nin gave one last angry cry before the black flames consumed him entirely. Itachi rubbed his eyes as they returned to normal and frowned. That was careless of Orochimaru and it didn't sit well with him. He glanced with blurry vision to his right as Kisame and his clone walked out from behind the tree. The clone held the decapitated head of Kabuto Yakushi. I've got to remember Samahata doesn't cut off heads well. The silver-haired brat did a lot of squirming and screaming. It was a pain in the ass, Kisame said as his sword rested on his shoulder. So you finally did Orochimaru in, huh? His ring on him. No, you chose not to finish your fight. Yeah, I got knocked out by the little pink-haired bitch for a minute. They were lucky Orochimaru showed up. I decided to leave them to make sure everything was okay here. Everything is fine. Itachi's words were cut short as the Kyuubis poured out over the atmosphere. Perhaps not. Chapter 5. In battle, it was taught that a ninja must always prepare for the unexpected. For Naruto, he had a knack for reacting to the unexpected, but he was never actually prepared. 9 times out of 10, it worked out well. However, there was always the rare occasion that something happened so unexpected and awful that he couldn't recover from it. This was one of those times. He had been prepared to leap at Sasuke when Sai had appeared out of nowhere and slapped some strange piece of paper over his stomach seal. All the ink user had said was sorry and leapt away. However, his normally inexpressive eyes were screaming for forgiveness. It was something Naruto doubted the boy even realized he was doing. It didn't matter though, because in a matter of moments from when the paper was applied, something broke. Kyuubi's chakra gushed out of every pore in his body, and as much as he tried he couldn't stop it. The fox itself growled loudly in his mind. It didn't seem to appreciate the seal either. A tail emerged and Naruto screamed out in agony. This was so different than usual. The chakra was being forced from his seal, but his body wasn't being allowed to transform in order to accommodate it. He cried out again as another tail sprouted, followed quickly by another. Each one felt like it was being ripped out directly from his spine. He clenched his eyes shut as he tried to find some way to stop it, but nothing would work. His own chakra was completely sealed off, and for some reason he couldn't move. The force of the chakra lifted his body into the air as another tail formed. He barely noticed Sasuke land near him, seemingly unbothered by the chakra. His Sharingan spun and the red energy seemed to arc away from him. He raised his sword high in the air. "You really are frustrating, Naruto." Sasuke. Kakashi appeared on the edge of the clearing. He struggled to keep from getting pushed back as the chakra-infused wind twisted violently. "Step away from Naruto now." The Uchiha cast a bored glance at his old mentor before looking back down. His blood-red Sharingan focused entirely on the blonde who had seemingly passed out from the pain even as the chakra continued to pour out of him. Kakashi leapt toward the two as Sasuke's Sharingan stopped. The world went black. Naruto groaned as he sat up in filthy water. His eyes settled on the familiar giant bars of Kyuubi's cage. The beast glared at him furiously as the red chakra he exuded was sucked out of his cage and into the various tunnels of the awful place. Naruto forced himself to stand on wobbly legs. He turned as the sound of sloshing footsteps drew his attention. Sasuke stood there confidently as he stared down the fox. "So the one that shares Madara's cursed chakra finally graces me with his presence," the fox said slowly. "Sasuke, how are you here?" Naruto asked. "It is a rather inconvenient ability of those sinister eyes of theirs. The strongest of the Uchiha have the ability to limit my power. I have no interest in a history lesson from a caged animal," Sasuke said as he strutted up closer to the gate. "I merely wanted to see where Naruto gained his power. I should have figured a dead last like him couldn't survive without an extra source of power." Naruto grit his teeth in anger by his friend's easy dismissal of his abilities. However, it quickly grew into a grin. The bastard's ego would be hit just that much harder when he was taken out. He was startled from his thoughts as the Kyuubi let out a deep bellowing laugh. It reverberated through the halls like dynamite in a cave. "You cocky little fool, the damned brat has refused my power almost completely. He only pulls from it when he faces the strongest of opponents. While insulting to me, he also pulls what he wants as if it was his own. Do not be so quick as to judge him, considering your only abilities were either stolen or given to you." "I really don't care," Sasuke said as he turned his attention fully to Naruto. "I said I would kill you. But I am not so pathetic as to do it with you defenseless. I want you to realize your mistake when you insulted the last of the Uchiha." The Sharingan began to spin and the chakra coursing through the tunnels was retracted and forced back into Kyuubi's cage. Naruto felt himself regain some of his strength even as the Uchiha's eyes continued to spin. "Sasuke," Kakashi's voice echoed throughout the room. The entire room started to swirl and pull into itself. Naruto looked around in confusion and even the stoic Sasuke looked surprised. "Ah, this is just perfect," Kyuubi said. It turned and stared down at the blonde. "Brat, your teacher's Sharingan helped drag him into your mind accidentally with the Uchiha. Now, he's trying to forcefully eject the traitor right now." The beast grinned a sadistic grin. "Gaze well into your friend's Sharingan, because for a moment, you will be able to see into the depths of your friend's soul. Just as he has been able to look into yours. What will be your decision once you see the truth, I wonder?" The world melted away to black and Naruto felt like he was floating. A chill ran up his spine as he tried to look around through the eternal night. The dark tried to grab him, drown him in its vile embrace, but he shook it off. Where was this place? Why was he here? What was going on? He struggled as the shadows wrapped around him again and pulled him deeper. Then like lightning, it hit him. Emotions, thoughts, memories, his head felt like it was being ripped open as his mind was assaulted ruthlessly. Then, it stopped almost as if it had never occurred. He slowly opened his eyes in realization. These were Sasuke's. As soon as the thought became clear, he felt nauseous. He was in the mind. No, the soul of a potential monster. He shook his head furiously and swam as hard as he could through the darkness. There had to be something, anything in here that could be used to redeem, to save his brother. Time seemed to trickle on in slow agonizing hours as Naruto drifted aimlessly through the sea of night. Finally, buried deep in the darkest of the black, he found a small weak spark of light. It flickered back and forth like the last small ember from a bonfire. The darkness seemed to hate it and tried to attack it relentlessly. And it was winning. The already small spark seemed to grow smaller, but stubbornly refused to completely die. Naruto touched it as if it was the most fragile thing in the world. More memories rushed in, a mother's smile, a father's praise, a brother's attention, a team's kindness. They were wonderful but faded and on the verge of ruin, like old pictures cracked, yellow, and a moment away from turning to dust. The light blew away from his palm and was once again lost in the darkness. Naruto felt the air pushed from his lungs as a great pressure was pressed down on him. He turned and looked at another spot the size of a mountain. It was so black it seemed even the rest of the shadow was afraid of it. He noticed it was growing quickly, and as he neared it he felt a great satisfaction emanating from it. It was being fed, and Sasuke knew it. He wanted it to be fed. Naruto summoned all of his courage and thrust his hand forward. And he wanted to die. The world slowly came back into focus. The ground was charred into ash and the trees still burned with embers. Yet regardless of the heat, Naruto felt cold. It was the kind of cold that seemed to bury itself deep within his body and would never go away. The paper seal lay crumbled and burning at his feet. How long had he been out? How many tails had been unleashed before it stopped? He looked up as Kakashi and Sai stood in front of him protectively. Sasuke stared at them impassively as if he was confident he could pass them with a mere thought. Naruto looked back down at the ground and tried to swallow the lump in his throat, but couldn't. His mouth was dry and his stomach churned uncomfortably. Kakashi-sensei, he choked out. I know, Naruto. I saw everything you just did. Are you alright? Kakashi asked. Naruto couldn't say anything, even when he noticed Kakashi was just as shocked and pale as he probably looked. He wasn't okay, not after seeing all that. The images still flowed through his mind and he couldn't stop them no matter how much he begged them to. Konoha burned, his friends slaughtered, and Sasuke stood above the flames. Naruto could feel the satisfaction, the pure relishing feeling Sasuke felt seeing it all, and knowing he was the one that caused it. Naruto gripped his head and felt he was going to go insane. Why did Sasuke feel that way? It felt as if the Uchiha had been born with that hatred inside him. What should he do? Naruto felt so powerless, but one image wouldn't leave his mind. It was of Hinata. Sasuke had subconsciously developed a special hatred for her because she was the only girl in the class that didn't worship him. He had made her death the worst. That soul image consumed Naruto's mind, and the cold he felt vanished. It was replaced with a pure calm determination. The person in front of him had to be stopped. He would not let Konoha become what his friend wanted. He would not let Sasuke become that thing. Naruto crouched down and focused all of his chakra to the surface. Kakashi and Sai looked back in shock as the ground cracked and blue chakra swirled around him. The air was like a hurricane and Naruto's serious blue eyes trained themselves squarely on the man he had called brother. Kakashi, Sai move. They barely took a step back when he blasted forward straight at the Uchiha. Sasuke smirked confidently as his Sharingan bared down unflinchingly and his lighting blade was brought up in front of him defensively. He used his speed to vanish, and as soon as he disappeared from sight Naruto used his Shunshin. While the chakra shell pushed him forward, he summoned a Kage Bunshin to drop out of the technique while he was sent behind a tree. Sasuke reappeared and stabbed his sword straight through the clone's heart. Ha! Pathetic, Sasuke sneered. Bunshin Daibakua. The clone exploded in giant plume of fire and smoke. Sasuke was sent flying back through several trees before he flipped to his feet and slid to a stop. His right arm hung uselessly at his side while he tried to focus past the temporary blindness and deafness. He jumped to the side as Naruto flew down from above and buried a rasengan where he had just been standing. The missing nin didn't have time to recover as Naruto launched forward again. Bright blue chakra extended from a kunai in his hand. Naruto swung down as Sasuke used his left hand to wield his lightning-powered kusanagi. The wind-infused kunai cut it in half effortlessly and left a large gash across Sasuke's chest. He winced in pain as blood started to seep out. A chidori formed in his left hand and he thrust it straight at Naruto's heart. Naruto blocked with the kunai and Sasuke yelled in pain as the wind chakra cut through his lightning jutsu and claimed the top part of his palm. He jumped back and Naruto halted his attack, the wind chakra dissipating from the kunai. "Sasuke, please give up," Naruto said softly. "Give up? I am an Uchiha, you fool. You need help, Sasuke. I saw what was in your mind. I don't know if we can save you, but please let me try." Naruto stared at his friend as his eyes pleaded. "Let go of your hatred, please, Sasuke. Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, me, everyone, we all miss you. You don't have to be alone or angry. Come back to Konoha and give up your constant desire for power and hatred. I'm begging you. I don't need to be saved. I don't want to be. I have power and I will take more. With these eyes, I am unbeatable and I will kill Itachi. Then, I will take my revenge on everyone who ever wronged me. Starting with the village that refused to give me the power I needed all those years ago." "Very well then," Naruto whispered. "Goodbye, Sasuke." Naruto zipped forward and grabbed the Uchiha's face before he could dodge. The Jinchuriki slammed Sasuke's head into the closest tree again and again until the body went limp. He dropped him to the ground and stared down at Sasuke as Kakashi and Sai landed behind him. The Jonin placed a comforting hand on the blonde's shoulder. "I will finish him, Naruto. You don't have to have killed Sasuke," Kakashi said. "No. Naruto, we both know he is a threat and likely cannot be reformed. He has to be. I'll do it. Sasuke is my responsibility." Naruto stepped forward and pulled out a paintbrush with some ink from his back pouch. He set to work drawing a seal onto the Uchiha's forehead as silent tears dripped down his face. His drawing hand never shook or twitched even as his shoulders heaved with quiet sobs. "Naruto, what are you doing? I can't kill him, Kakashi-sensei, knowing that there is a small chance that he may be redeemed. I won't be the one responsible for ending that last light in his soul. However, he is a threat and realistically he doesn't want to change who he has become. This seal is a compromise. I didn't know you knew seal work. It is a skill few know and less can use effectively. Jiraiya-sensei drilled the basics of different kinds of seals. He said I was creative enough to come up with the rest on my own." He sniffed as the tears slowed, the talking calming him slightly. "This is going to be a multi-layered seal. It will seal away his Sharingan and prevent anyone from taking it or recreating it through a blood sample. It's an altered version of the Hyuga's caged bird seal. The other part will lock Sasuke in his own body with only his thoughts. It is cruel, but hopefully given time to think, he will find the goodness in him and nurture it. If that happens, the seal will deactivate entirely and we'll have back the Sasuke we all knew and called teammate. Can it be broken? It would be easy for someone to take him from Konoha and study the seal. I've rigged the seal with multiple traps. If he is pulled from the grounding point, which I will be where he is imprisoned, the seal will disintegrate the body. The same thing will occur with any form of tampering, regardless of how small. If the seal is broken, it will have to come from Sasuke himself." Naruto finished the tattoo and pressed some chakra into it. The seal seemed to twist slightly before sinking into his head and vanishing into the skin. He put the brush away and slowly stood up, the emotional and physical punishment from the encounter taking its toll. He felt heavy to the point he was concerned he would be crushed by the weight of his sorrow. He had failed and broken his promise, while losing his best friend. But the worst of it all was how much Sasuke seemed to enjoy his hatred and pain. Every step down the path was intentional and desired. After seeing into his soul, I wonder if the Sasuke we knew was the illusion. He turned to his mentor with the tears springing up anew. Had I just been fooling myself into thinking that Team 7 meant something to him? Kakashi smiled sadly and shook his head no. I think those memories were more important to Sasuke than we could ever realize. What's more important is that it meant something to you, Naruto. Don't ever regret a good memory even if something tarnishes it. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted as she leapt done from the treetops. The ninja we were fighting disappeared and I lost track of where you guys were. What happened here? Where's Sasuke? Her voice died in her throat as she looked at the battered form of Naruto and then the limp and damaged form of Sasuke. She gasped and ran past Naruto as she searched over their old teammate. What's going on? Why is his chakra flowing so slowly? She stood up and rounded on Naruto. What did you do, Naruto? He looked down sadly and clenched his fists. Sakura, Sasuke tried to kill Naruto. They fought, Kakashi said. No, I understand that. I didn't think Sasuke-kun would come willingly and I figured he would be injured, but why is his chakra the way it is? Naruto hesitated. I saw inside his mind Sakura-chan. I had no choice, but to seal him to keep Konoha safe. She blinked in confusion as if she couldn't wrap her head around the words he had just said. Slowly, her eyes narrowed and a scowl formed on her face. She stomped up to him and slapped him hard across the face as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. What do you mean, Naruto? You promised me you'd bring back Sasuke, but now you're telling me you sealed him. Answer me, Naruto. She went to slap him again, but Kakashi caught her hand. Sakura, I made the decision to execute Sasuke because I determined he was a threat to the village. Naruto defied my orders and sealed Sasuke because he hoped one day the missing nin would redeem himself. Do not take your frustrations out on a teammate who has done nothing wrong. Teammate? What teammate? There is no team. All of you just took the easy way out and gave up on Sasuke-kun. And Naruto, I don't even know who you are anymore. The Naruto I know wouldn't have abandoned his friends. Who you are now, I hate this you. She turned on her heel and stomped over to Sasuke before slinging him over her shoulder and taking off toward Konoha. Kakashi sighed as Naruto's eyes remained glued to the ground. Sai walked up and put Naruto's arm around his neck before taking off while Kakashi followed closely behind. I have some questions for you, Sai, Kakashi said as Naruto hung limply with a vacant stare. I know that paper seal that was on his stomach was not from Sasuke. I will answer everything you ask, but I will need help. I promise you though, my loyalty will now be rested squarely on Naruto. We should take them now, Itachi, Kisame said as they watched from the trees. The brat is exhausted. No, we do not know if the forced release of his chakra would have any negative effects. It would be best to watch him for now. Sounds to me like an excuse. They turned and took off away from the Konoha ninjas. You sure you're not just being nice because he spared your kid brother? Sasuke made the same foolish mistake as Orochimaru did with me. They assumed they knew all of their opponent's abilities and were overconfident. Sasuke himself never considered that the chakra surrounding someone in a shunshin can disguise another technique from our eyes. Although, it is an impressive and rare feat for someone to be able to double cast techniques as the Nine Tails container did. Maybe I should learn a shunshin technique. Perhaps, I'd be able to beat you then. Naruto stared blankly at the small bonfire as the night started to creep across the sky. Kakashi had called for them to halt and delay their return home. While no one wanted to remain away from the village, as in a ninja's world being in the field was always dangerous, they felt it best to listen to Sai far away from route. Sakura had recommended setting up camp so she could perform medical checkups on everyone. Although, she would only check up in Sasuke and Naruto's injuries in silence. It had surprised Naruto, but he assumed that she was fulfilling her duties as the team's med nin. She was now off sulking at the edge of the camp while she kept guard over the Uchiha's bandaged body. The rest of the group had decided to let her have her space. Sai sat across from Naruto as Kakashi stayed in the best position to strike if necessary. It was a tense situation, enough so that Naruto appeared to still be on edge despite his complete lack of response to anything so far. Well then, Sai said with a forced smile, I believe the first thing that needs to be done is to remove this cursed seal. Naruto and Sakura seemed to perk up and stare in shock as Sai stuck out his tongue. The tattooed seal that adorned it looked like it must have been painful to receive. They quickly rushed in closer to see it as their inquisitive natures took over their emotional state. It will force my body into paralysis if I speak of anything that might negatively affect Danzo or Root. Why the sudden change in heart, Sai? I know you have become friends with Naruto and Sakura, but you still hours ago manipulated Naruto's seal. However, just seconds later, you went to protect him when he became defenseless, Kakashi said. I'm not sure myself. I just felt wrong about what I did, and my body acted on its own accord. I feel like I don't want to follow Danzo anymore if it means harming my friends. But, I'm not sure why myself. Emotions are foreign to me, and I don't know how to control them very well. I must read about this when we return. It would seem that the training you were put through under Danzo is starting to break down and you are starting to understand and feel morality and empathy. Kakashi cast a glance at his most energetic student. Naruto does seem to have that effect on people. Naruto looked down to the ground as the memories of his fight with Haku rushed into his head. Sasuke had said the same thing about moving to protect him. Was he really that pathetic that people felt the urge to keep him safe? No, that wasn't it, and he knew it. He was their friend and they would risk themselves for his benefit just as he would for them. His lip twitched slightly into the ghost of a smile and he moved over towards the ink user. Sai, let me see the seal again. I'll try to remove it. He did as he was told and Naruto looked at it carefully. It was startlingly similar to the Hyuga's caged bird seal. The same process would work as well. Although, he glanced over at Sakura hesitantly. Sakura, can you remove his tongue? The entire camp looked at him in shock. She's that intense of a kisser, Naruto? Sai asked. A vein appeared on Sakura's forehead, but both she and Naruto did nothing to retort. The seal is designed to kill you if there is any tampering. I can remove the seal from the tongue easy enough, but if it is still connected to you then you die. So she cuts off my tongue, you remove the seal and then she reattaches it. Yes, although I'll have to do some extra things as well. Sai was silent for a moment before he smiled. You really have no idea what you're doing, do you? Naruto pulled out a kunai as his eye twitched. I'm going to cut it out myself. Kakashi grabbed Naruto as he made a lunge for the still smiling ink user. Sakura sighed in annoyance and moved closer to Sai as Kakashi struggled to hold Naruto down. She focused chakra into her hands and a blue aura started to form around her fingers. Sai stuck out his tongue without any direction and she cut it off in one clean swipe. It flopped onto her open palm lifelessly. Naruto pulled out a scroll and scribbled a design onto the parchment. Familiar tendrils of silver smoke shot out of the scroll and wrapped around the markings of the cursed seal. The chakra flared and the seal was ripped out of the flesh and into the scroll. He rolled it up and nodded to his pink-haired teammate. She grabbed it wordlessly and went to work healing. After several minutes, she leaned away and walked back over towards Sasuke. He won't be able to talk for several hours. Are we going to remain here until then, or should we start heading back? She asked. We'll head back now. Hokage-sama will want to know about the mission. Kakashi bit his thumb and flew through some hand seals. He slammed his palm into the ground and a dog appeared in a puff of smoke. It was one Naruto had never seen before. The copy nin handed it a scroll. The dog gave a small growl and sprinted away. He'll go on ahead and deliver that message to the Hokage. That way, she'll be expecting us. Let's pack up and go. Danzo cracked his good eye open as a small burning sensation tickled his good arm. He gave a nod to the guard on his left. Quickly, the root member rolled up his master's sleeve. Danzo stared emotionlessly at his forearm. Dozens of black tally marks were tattooed into the skin. Except one. The 30-second mark on the middle row was missing. The operative code named Sai. For the tally to disappear meant either the agent was dead, or it was possibly, although unlikely, removed. Regardless, contingencies needed to be made. He turned to the one that held his sleeve reverently. Take a small squad. If the agent returns with the Nine Tails group, bring him to me immediately. The root member nodded and slunk back into the shadows as Danzo stood. He would need to collect the other elders so that they could provide a unified front against that woman. He started to walk forward and his cane made a soft tap with every step. Why he had yet to feel the Kyuubi's presence was meant that it was possible Sai failed, or betrayed him. Either way, things would have to be rectified if his plans were to continue smoothly. It was near midnight by the time Team Kakashi reached the village gates. Anbu had appeared immediately and escorted them to the Hokage's office. Naruto had become slightly more focused after unsealing Sai, to the point he even realized how ragged he looked. He wished they would at least offer him some kind of shirt, but supposed his state of dress was the last thing anyone was worried about. A sense of nervousness started to grow in the bottom of his gut as they walked up the stairs. A part of him knew that things weren't going to go well. It was a sense of foreboding that seemed to permeate the walls of the tower. Had they felt the Kyuubi's chakra, or were they concerned about how he handled Sasuke or Sai? He didn't have a chance to think as they were ushered into the office in silence. As soon as he stepped inside, he knew why he'd been so uneasy. Tsunade sat behind her desk with a frown on her face, while the three old bastards sat regally in a couch off to the right. From what he could gather from everyone's body language, the old farts invited themselves. No wonder he didn't like this. He fought the urge to glare at Danzo. He hadn't liked the man when he first met him, but after knowing that he used seals on both Sai and him, he downright hated the man. However, he knew now was not the time to try and settle things. That would come later, and it would probably cause a major uproar. Patience was needed so they could get all the information about Danzo that they could, and then stomp on him. Sakura, Tsunade said, "You are dismissed. Come see me in the morning." The pink-haired medic went to argue before looking at the ground with a small nod. She turned and walked out dejectedly, and Naruto thought his heart might break. The entire scenario must be awful for her. She must have felt so powerless, and she wasn't even being allowed to see it through to the end. "Kakashi, you and Sai will deliver the Uchiha to Ibiki. Once the body is secure at the hospital's secure wing, you may take the night off. I will take your full report in the morning. Sai, as requested by your team leader, you are placed under his supervision until I deem otherwise." "Tsunade, why is my subordinate being placed under Kakashi Hataki's guard?" Danzo asked. Naruto noticed his timing was perfect. It wasn't soon enough to make him look panicked, but not too long so it looked like he was calculating his options. The fact that even his conversations were calculated made it that much harder to see through the man's facade. He attacked a teammate on a mission. Until all the facts are gathered, he is a prisoner and will be kept under watch by one of my trusted ninjas. Her hazel eyes narrowed at him. "Unless, you know something I don't, Danzo." "Of course not, it was just a matter of curiosity." Naruto almost smiled at how his Ba-chan had handled the traitorous old fool. The warmonger's hands were tied, and he knew it. Kakashi waved goodbye as he left with everyone else. The room fell quiet as Naruto glanced between the elders and Hokage. This was what he was worried about. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Tsunade asked. He blinked in surprise. That wasn't what he had been expecting to hear. His fake smile crept up onto his face. He'd have to be okay in front of these people. "I'll be okay. So what did you need, Ba-chan?" She went to speak when Homura interrupted her. "Naruto Uzumaki, for what purpose did you learn the sealing arts?" "I wanted to make it easier to carry the paint around next time I assault the Hokage monument." "Uzumaki, please answer the question." Naruto cast a side glance at Tsunade. She nodded with a hidden grin and he felt his confidence rise. Maybe it was time he made these idiots realize who they were dealing with. "Jiraiya-sensei taught me. He said that it was a request of the Yondaime." "Why would the Yondaime request this of you?" Koharu asked. Naruto watched the three elders carefully. They seemed to be very interested in him suddenly, and he wasn't sure, but it wasn't necessarily in a bad way. He wasn't certain if them seeing value in him made it better or far worse than usual. "I have no idea, I just learned what he taught me." "And what did he teach you?" "My abilities are known only by myself, the Hokage, and those I choose to." "Watch your tone, Uzumaki. You should consider our question comes with the utmost authority." "Careful, you old bat, you keep talking like that and you'll think you're in charge around here." Naruto smiled as their eyes narrowed at him. "Unless, you think you already are and have been circumventing the Hokage's authority." If it had been anyone else, he would have gotten an impressive reaction of denial. However, the old fools were good at hiding their reactions. Although, not good enough to completely mask it. He had hit the nail on the head. The way Tsunade was fighting back her smile helped him realize that he'd hit the nail perfectly. "We are getting off topic," Homura said as he cleared his throat. "We are here to commend you on the Uchiha's retrieval. It was a wise decision to not kill him. The Sharingan is now safely back in Konoha." "Sorry, but no, it's not." "What do you mean?" "I've sealed the Sharingan and any possible means of retrieving and duplicating it away. Once Itachi is dead, and unless Sasuke can atone, thus dispelling the seal, the Sharingan will be extinct." "It would be wise for you to alter the seal then, Uzumaki," Danzo said. "The Sharingan is too valuable a weapon for Konoha to lose." Naruto clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. "Look, you miserable old bastards. I didn't seal Sasuke for you. I did it because I hoped that someday my friend would return to us. I did it because so many people have died and gotten hurt because of some damn eyes. I can't unseal him, but even if I could I wouldn't. Your naive views of the world will only serve to weaken you in this village. And yours would do nothing, but bring one war after another. I don't like any of you. I don't answer to any of you. I know you old bastards are plotting and going behind my Hokage's back, and I promise you that someday you will slip up, and I'll be the one to bring in your heads. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Naruto in disbelief. He had just essentially called 3 of the highest-ranking members in the village traitors. His grin became more fox-like as he stared down at them. He wasn't bluffing in his promise. Every single word was his oath, and he would see it through. Now if you guys would leave, I have a mission to discuss with my leader. You lack the authority to dismiss us genin, Koharu said tightly. But I do, and I agree with my ninja. You 3 have been deliberately trying to diminish my authority as Hokage. I've played your little political games and had my hands tied, but not much longer. What are you implying, Tsunade? Whatever you read into it, Koharu. Now get out of my office, my ninja is here to debrief me. The elders stood and walked out slowly as the tension seemed to vanish upon their dismissal. Naruto and Tsunade sported mirroring grins. She reached into her desk and pulled out a small container of sake. He waited in silence as she poured herself a cup and took a sip. I know today was hard for you, so I won't make you talk about it right now. I'm sorry for having to have you handle those 3 on your own, but until there is proof I can't do anything. Hell, even dismissing them from my office could get me in hot water. No problem, it was great how you hinted about proof. They'll go on a crazed chase to find it first and then you'll have them. Oh, so you caught on to that, you've gotten pretty smart, brat. She took another sip, but they won't fall for it. Aside from Danzo, I don't think the other 2 have any traitorous intentions. They're just very closed-minded. Maybe. I understand you will be Hinata's supporter during her fight next week. His eyes widened in surprise, both because of rapid change in subject and her knowledge of the event. Yeah, I am. After her fight, I want to talk with you about some things. It would just be Jiraiya, you, and myself. Quote ellipsis. Okay, about what? I will tell you then. He nodded and turned to head out. Naruto, I am sorry things turned out like they did with Sasuke. Regardless of how you feel or what Sakura says, you did good, brat. The stars and moon stood high in the night sky like ever-present sentinels. The village of Konoha had long since grown quiet and the citizens had drifted off to sleep. However, one training field far from the village itself was under assault. Numerous craters dotted the once flat and unmarred grass. Naruto panted heavily as his right arm shook from overuse. He grit his teeth and forced his chakra into his aching hand once again. He summoned another clone to help push the wind element in as he held the shape. After seeing Tsunade, he had gone straight to the field. Sleep wasn't going to come to his mind in its current turmoil. He was drained emotionally, more so than he ever could remember. Regardless of what everyone said, he had failed to save his friend, and Sakura truly did hate him for it. His team, no, his family, was gone, and it hurt far more than even learning the truth about Sasuke's ambitions. He felt the wind-infused rasengan reach its peak and he thrust his hand forward into another clone. His eyes grew wide as the ball of chakra started to shake in his palm. Crap. The sphere destabilized and exploded before it impacted the clone. The explosion shook the surrounding area and sent Naruto flying backwards towards the woods. He winced and braced for impact. It never happened as someone caught him and landed on the ground softly. He glanced behind him as Hinata searched him over immediately. She frowned as she saw his trembling hand. She moved over to it quickly and stared, checking it for damage. I'm okay, Hinata. So you're the med nin now? She shot a stern look at him before rolling his calloused hand around. It's not broken, but it is severely strained. What on earth were you doing that caused this much damage to your arm? A jutsu that Ero-sensei and I thought up. I've still got a long way to go with it. What are you doing out here anyways? She pushed some of her healing chakra into his hand in an attempt to soothe the strain. He absently noted that it was pleasant, but whether it was due to her medical technique or presence he didn't know. I had to ask Hokage-sama something and she told me about the mission. I wanted to make sure you are alright. He gently pulled his hand away and stood up. I'm okay. I just thought I'd come out here and train my thoughts away. Do you want a sparring partner, or someone to talk to? Not really. Then, you want to be left alone? No, I don't. I don't really know Hinata. I'm not sure whether I'm angry or sad or what. Part of me wants desperately to talk to someone, but the other part of me just wants to figure it out on my own. He looked at her fully. I'm just kind of mixed up right now. She nodded and sat down under the closest tree. I'll just sit here and watch over you then. If you want to take a break to talk for a minute or several hours, I'll listen. If you just want me to sit in silence, that's fine as well. He nodded and mumbled a sincere thank you. 2 clones popped into existence and he started shaping his chakra again. The clone started pushing the wind element into it and immediately a dull roar started echoing through the field. She watched in awe as the wind was pushed away from him and out across the grass. He yelled out and thrust it forward again. It held together upon impact and the clone was vaporized, along with 20 square feet of ground. The dust slowly cleared to show Naruto standing as his shoulders heaved. His hands still stretched out in front of him. He turned and almost started laughing at the sight of Hinata with her jaw hanging on the ground. He didn't think it was possible for her to show total unrestrained surprise. And Naruto, that was amazing. Not really, that's not even halfway complete yet. Her eyes almost popped out of her head at the implication of how much further the attack could improve. He looked down at his hand sadly. It was luck, you know. Defeating Sasuke would have been much harder if he had taken me seriously. Her expression changed immediately. Concern shone from her lavender eyes as she looked up at him. I mean, he didn't try to activate his cursed seal, and he made a really stupid move in attacking my Bunshin. It really pisses me off that I won because of surprise. Luck is a major part of any fight, Naruto. Regardless of how strong you are. I know, but the entire thing just feels so cheap now that it happened. I mean, where was the fight to end all fights? Where was the point in which he realized how badly he messed up? All of these stupid random things just make it seem like what I did was really irrelevant. I hate it. I hate that it was all luck and coincidence. Silence fell between them like a massive wall. He clenched his fists and stared at the ground angrily. She stood up and positioned her head so that he would look at her. Naruto-kun, do you like the fact that you met me? Of course, Hinata, how could you even ask me that? Would you have ever noticed me if I hadn't fought Neji-Nisan in the Chunin exams? He looked at her dumbstruck and his mouth opened and closed slightly like a confused fish. After a few moments, he looked down in shame. No, it wouldn't have been any different than half of the other academy students that I never knew what happened to. And do you believe that fate was what did that? What? No, I told Neji that fate is crap. So then it was luck that Neji-Nisan and I fought. Yeah, bad luck, you almost got killed. And if that hadn't have happened, would we be talking here now? Would I be as strong and would the branch house nearly be completely unsealed? His eyes widened in awe as he thought about what she said. It was amazing how simple and yet effective her explanation had been. He felt a smile tug at his lips, and it only grew wider as she gave him a small happy smile with her eyes closed. He shook his head and sighed. Man, I really am an idiot. How could I have not noticed someone as awesome as you until a few weeks ago? Perhaps, I wasn't as awesome before. No, I think I was just really dense. Lee sat up groggily in his tent and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He would have guard duty next, and assumed his time was almost up. He pulled on his weights and leg warmers, then strapped his small flask to his belt. His neck popped as he stretched it out and stepped outside. The woods were always so dark at night, but the sounds of the animals made it seem so lively. It just demonstrated how the springtime of youth never ended with nature. He hoped that their mission tomorrow would go smoothly. Team Guy had been assigned to drive out some bandits from the caves near a small town. An easy mission to be sure, but the distance involved made it too risky to send out any genin team. Neji had taken Guy's place as lead, while his sensei had been tasked with another mission. Speaking of his teammate, where is Neji? He glanced around the camp. Wasn't he supposed to take first watch? He heard something behind him and turned. It came from Tenten's tent. He crept over to it quietly and listened. A puzzled look came over his face as he could have sworn there was a second person in the tent. Why would Neji be in the tent with? He stepped away quietly and made his way over to the small fire at the center of the camp. It made sense that they had finally decided to admit their feelings for one another. It was fairly obvious to him that they had a mutual attraction to one another. Lee could always see that the only reason nothing moved forward with them was because of Neji's seal. Well, things had moved forward with them, but not so openly. Now that it was gone, the last excuse between them was as well. Neji felt that he had a life ahead of him and had no desire to hide it. He leaned back against a trunk and looked up through the trees. It made him very happy that they had finally found happiness with each other. Both his teammates deserved it. His eyes drifted back to the tent as a sly smile crept up on his face. However, shirking duty during a mission couldn't be left unpunished. He brought his thumb up in his infamous nice guy pose and summoned the loudest voice he could. Yosh, the height of your flames of youth exceed even the greatest of mountains. Two immense killing intents spiked from inside the tent, but Lee continued to smile. The killing intent was laced with something else akin to pure embarrassment. He hoped that the embarrassment would serve to make them more cautious in their private activities. After all, Guy-sensei would be on permanent watchdog mode if he knew. Chapter 6. Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office with Sai in tow. His lone eye lazily glanced about from over the top of his orange book. The office was empty aside from his leader, her assistant, and the pet pig. Tsunade rested her chin behind her hands and looked at the root member calculatingly. He watched Sai cast a cautious glance at Shizune. Hokage-sama, forgive my impertinence, but is it wise to have your assistant here given the nature of this conversation? Sai asked. The ink user had the faintest look of nervousness on his face. I know she has been an informant to the elders before, and for my own safety, I wish for what I divulged to remain in this office. I can assure you Shizune will not make the same mistake again. If she does, I'll have her executed for treason and endangering the life of a fellow nin, Tsunade said as Shizune gulped quietly. Now tell me what Danzo has been plotting and why you now choose to bring this to my attention. You can start with the latter. I have come to view Naruto as a comrade and do not wish to see him harmed. Not a good enough reason. Yes, I agree. He took a deep breath. However, in order to explain my newfound loyalty I must give a little background of my most recent mission. Specifically, the paper seal I place on Naruto. It was Danzo's plan to use the seal to temporarily release the nine-tailed beast's full power. Tsunade's eyes narrowed dangerously and the temperature dropped rapidly. Kakashi's laid-back demeanor had also changed as his lone eye focused entirely on the ink user. He didn't miss the boy's attempt to stifle a shudder. Explain. Danzo had hoped that by releasing the beast's power it would reinvigorate the diminishing fear and disdain the villagers had for Naruto. It was his plan that he would then have been able to prove Naruto's instability, and turn him into a weapon, or worse, kill him. And you went along with this plan. Sai nodded, and had a change of heart afterward. Yes, I had no choice but you. Tsunade slammed her palms on top of her table and stood up on her feet as fury danced in her eyes. You always have a choice. No, while the cursed seal was in place I was unable to disobey. Yet, you were able to turn on him once you had possibly permanently damaged the seal. Yes, I believe my fear of Naruto's power overpowered my sense of self-preservation. She sat back down slowly without lessening her glare. Sai stared at her with a look akin to pleading, or as close to a facial expression as Sai could muster. Hokage-sama, I had no idea how truly malevolent the fox's power was until I experienced it. Even though the Uchiha cancelled the transformation, the small bit of power I felt was indescribable. It made me realize how dangerous a game Danzo was playing. You must understand, I was raised not to question orders or even think for myself. My mind, it doesn't work like a normal ninja's. I do not comprehend consequences because I was not to be concerned with them. However, the fear inspired by the Kyuubi's power easily overcomes even the most rigid training. So your fear is what is driving you to this? No. Sai looked almost frantic as he leaned forward. Seeing that power and feeling it, I know Naruto has to face that every single moment of his life. I am in absolute awe in how he has not given into the power, or at least been driven mad from it. He looked down at the ground. I think he is someone that I admire. He is someone that I want to stand behind. Tsunade's gaze softened slowly, but did not lose its scrutiny, even as the smallest of smiles threatened to tug at her lips. She glanced over at Kakashi who gave her a slight nod. His eye delved absently back to his orange book. Sai stood rigidly staring at the Hokage with a mixture of emotions across his face. The poor boy had no idea how to deal with them. It was like a dam breaking. Just because he had been taught to bury emotions did not mean he didn't have them. They were repressed and ignored, but now that they were free, well, it was obvious he was unprepared for them. She sighed and gave him one last warning look before she pulled out a piece of paper and started to jot down an order. You have yet to fully prove your loyalty. So until I deem otherwise, you will remain under the authority of Kakashi Hatake. This is also a means of protecting you from any retaliation from Danzo. Sai smiled, one that was slightly less awkward than usual. It seemed more genuine. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will prove myself to you, he said with a bow. I hope that you do. Now Kakashi, I would like your opinions of the mission. Kakashi snapped his book shut and pocketed it. I assume you mean in how our young ninjas behaved. She nodded silently. Sakura fulfilled all expectations of a chunin and med nin to their fullest. She correctly deduced who needed the most urgent care and effectively administered said care. And her alteration with Naruto. It was a poor decision on her part, but it did not affect her professional duties. Alright, I have already spoken with her of this, but wished for your insight as to whether more punishments should be administered. Tsunade-sama. She is on a strict hospital regimen for the week with half pay. It will keep her from visiting the Uchiha endlessly. I will also not have my apprentice blame others for circumstances they have no control over. I am pleased though that she did feel guilty for her actions once she got herself under control. Tsunade sighed and stared at Kakashi wearily. Did Naruto make the right choice? Naruto was Naruto. I saw everything he saw, and I can say with complete confidence Sasuke would have become the single greatest threat to the village. Naruto is to be commended in thinking of a compromise and showed both compassion and sound decision-making in how he dealt with the scenario. Tsunade gave a slow nod in agreement. I sent the picture of the seal you drew to Jiraiya last night. He verified that the seal will do everything Naruto said it would. The lecturer added that he was still amazed at how Naruto kept improving through sheer creativity. I must admit, I was taken back by his ingenuity during his fight. Even if Sasuke hadn't been careless, I believe the outcome would have been the same. Is it true that he created a kage bunshin while he was performing a shunshin? Yes, I didn't even know that he had done it. Kakashi's eye turned up into a smile. He really has grown. That he has. Tsunade smiled softly as she looked like she was remembering something fondly. She shook her head and stared at him more seriously. Now, there is another matter I want you and Sai to look into. This mission will require absolute secrecy and should be considered S-class, understood? Both Sai and Kakashi snapped to attention, the room becoming much more tense at the Hokage's tone. This morning Anko Mitarashi came in. She realized at some point last night that Orochimaru's cursed seal has vanished. The two ninjas' eyes widened in surprise. Our spies have also indicated that Orochimaru was in pursuit of Sasuke during your mission. Given that we know Itachi Uchiha is Kisame Hoshigaki's partner, I believe that Orochimaru may have been killed. Kakashi, you, Sai, and Shizune will depart in 4 hours and search the environment of your last mission. You are to verify that Orochimaru has been eliminated. Dismissed. Sakura looked up from her clipboard and over at the clock hanging on the wall. She would be done in another 6 hours, and then she could go check up on Sasuke-kun. She sighed and started to walk toward the next patient's room. Tsunade Shisho had been correct in punishing her. Treating Naruto the way she did was wrong, and she would have to apologize to him at some point. Her own anger at the situation had blinded her to how Naruto must have felt being the actual person to stop their troubled teammate. Besides, she knew there was still good in Sasuke-kun, and if Naruto's seal worked the way it should, then Sasuke would be up and about in a few days. If his seal worked, her pace slowed as that thought rang through her head. Naruto was the fool and dead last of their class. He had grown amazingly, but was still stupid sometimes, and she knew seals were intensely complex. What if he had messed up and permanently locked Sasuke-kun into a coma? Naruto sneezed violently as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks. The wonderful aroma of beef ramen made his stomach growl hungrily. He attacked it voraciously and quickly started slurping it down while his thoughts absently drifted towards his conversation with Hinata the previous night. It had been so comforting to have someone around, and she was extremely patient with his chaotic emotions. Her logic also made a lot of sense, and he was sure that he would have been in a much worse mood today if she hadn't shown up. He gulped down another mouthful. The entire thing was Sasuke and Sakura hurt, but it was tolerable at least. He had decided he wouldn't beat himself up for the decisions of others. Sakura just needed some time to calm down. Sasuke had chosen a path that he just couldn't relate to, and he wouldn't put the village at risk just to be selfish. Hopefully, the bastard would get his act together and the seal would dispel. If not then that was that and he would lose his family. Family. It was a word that he couldn't relate to, but it carried so much desire for him. There were times where he could almost imagine what it would be like, as if even the slightest hint would give him the full realization of it. He had long given up the hope of having a parental figure, but he still hoped that someday he would find someone that he could share his life with. A family where he could smother a wife and children with all the affection he never received. He'd do it so much they'd get sick of it. He slowed down his eating as a distant look formed in his eyes and quiet smile found its way to his face. A wife who he could hold and be vulnerable around, but would laugh at his antics. A daughter who he could be overprotective of and threaten any and all boys over. A son who would want to be just like him except smarter. A home that was nice with plenty of room, but still cozy. He clenched his chopsticks and shook his head as he dove back into the ramen. Thoughts like that were going to get him depressed and he couldn't afford that now. He had too many problems to deal with in the present, and worrying about dying old and alone wasn't going to help. Hinata was counting on him to help her save her clan. He couldn't do that if he was moping and pathetic. It wouldn't make their date any fun either. Not that he had any idea what a date was for anyways, but he knew he was supposed to make it fun and something enjoyable. That was about it. Thank God, Tsuki was giving him nightly lessons at dinner about what to do and what not to do. The weeks passed by quickly for the ninja of Konoha. The remains of Orochimaru were never found. Only a horribly scorched tree branch was left to hint at the battle. Sai remained by Kakashi's side at all times, as root members spied from the shadows and waited for any chance to strike down their ex-member. Naruto, Hinata, and the rest of their secret team succeeded in removing all of the cage bird seals from the branch family. Naruto zipped up his familiar orange and black jacket as he stared at himself in the mirror. In 1 hour, Hinata was going to be in the fight of her life. He loaded a kunai into his wrist holster and checked over his gear one last time. From what he had heard, he needed to be prepared just in case someone decided to try something. Apparently, the elder was a lot like the Danzo and his lackeys. He slapped his palms on his face. Let's do this. Hinata tried to bury the nervousness she felt in her belly as she sat back down on her bed. Regardless of how much she had planned for this and no matter how prepared she and everyone was, the magnitude of this event and the repercussions were going to be extreme. And that's only if things went according to plan. If they did not, she shuddered to think about what would happen to everyone. Forgiveness and mercy were not words in the Hyuga's staunch vocabulary. She clenched her fist amongst the sheets. There would be no turning back once she began, and if her family was going to continue she couldn't falter. However, she was well aware of the risks. Hanabi, her father, or herself in any assortment could end up dead. On shaky legs she stood up and looked around her room. This was the last time she would be able to see it that she knew. With a deep breath, she tightened the obi to her battle kimono. She would have preferred her regular clothing, but tradition dictated all involved must wear formal Hyuga garb. Her eyes focused and her resolve was cemented as she pushed her door open. Shino leaned up against the wall on her right. He nodded silently and followed her towards the back of the compound where the fight would be held. She wondered where Naruto was. His infectious confidence would be great support for her. His presence would also put the elder on edge. He had never been quiet about his distaste for the blonde. Out of my way, you stuck-up bastard. A smile immediately crept up onto her face as she turned around. A main branch member was sent flying through an adjacent hallway as Naruto stomped around the corner. I swear to God, I am going to create a jutsu that permanently eliminates every stick you guys have up your. Naruto, you are late. How do I know this? Because I arrived on time, Shino said as Hinata tried to stifle a giggle. Blame that idiot, he wouldn't believe me when I said I was part of Hinata's support team. Regardless, you are still late. It's okay Shino-kun, we still have enough time. The bug user nodded silently and the group started to make their way through the compound. For Hinata, each step seemed to be harder to take, her heart seemed to beat harder, and the weight on her shoulders seemed to grow heavier. She mentally shook off her distress and focused her eyes straight ahead as she lifted her chin up. They exited the halls and emerged outside into the battlefield. The ground was made up of pearl-white sand and lined with sculpted rocks that many of the more regal Hyuga sat in. The main branch stood behind them under the shade of the eaves, while the branch members remained in a balcony that encircled the ring. The sun shone down beautifully and seemed to make the sand sparkle. It was a breathtaking sight, and a complete disguise for the bloody history that stained the earth deep below the sand. Hinata's eyes cut over to the top of the ring. Her father sat regally in the center of an elevated platform with the elder to his right and Hanabi to his left. The elder's supporters stood behind the three. It made Hinata almost wince. Her sister's entourage was significantly larger than her two escorts. What was worse though, was that her father sat firmly by her sister's side. It was a heavy insult as it demonstrated his favor towards his younger daughter. They made their way over to the other elevated platform directly across from the first. It was designated the challenger's corner. Essentially, they had done everything possible to make it clear that she was not welcome. If it had been a few years earlier, she would have been forced to fight back tears. The sadness at being despised by her family was worse than any of the injuries she had received during her missions. However now, it only served to fuel her determination. She would make sure that no other Hyuga had to experience what she had. What every single branch member had to experience. The gathered Hyuga murmured excitedly and stole glances at her group. Hinata, Hiyashi's voice cut over the crowd. What is the meaning of bringing non-Hyuga to this occasion? You very well know this is a clan matter. She motioned for Naruto and Shino to sit down and mumbled a silent prayer. Naruto would remain calm for the time being. Her eyes stared unflinchingly into her father's. I am well within my right to have supporters of my choosing. It is still in poor taste to bring in outsiders. It is forbidden for anyone of the branch family to take sides within fights for the heir, and the main branch will not go against the elder and clan head's vote. This would leave me without any supporters. Unless that is your intention, father. She stared at him defiantly even as his eyes grew slightly colder than their usual icy glare. The smallest trace of killing intent seemed to radiate off of the elder. It was faint like a taste in the wind to the point where she wondered if it was even there. However, both Shino and Naruto seemed to let a little of theirs off in her grandfather's direction. The taste in the air disappeared instantly. Leave it to her friends to make the message clear. No one was to disrupt her fight. Very well, it is within the laws of our clan, Hiyashi said. Are the two heiresses prepared? The sisters nodded and stood up from their respective platforms. They silently walked towards the center of the field. The warm sand wrapped around their bare feet and a gentle breeze coursed throughout the ring. Hanabi's eyes attempted to burn holes through her older sister and an angry scowl marred her otherwise cute features. Hinata looked down at her shorter sister calmly as they stopped mere feet from each other. Striking distance. All techniques are permitted, only weapons are not allowed, Hiyashi said. Fighting stances. The two sunk down effortlessly into their stances. Hanabi predictably was in the basic juken while Hinata brought her hands up in defensive position. Several of the members raised their eyebrows and looked at each other in confusion because of Hinata's choice of stance. They quickly fell silent as Hiyashi raised his hand high into the air. Everyone present seemed to stop breathing as the tension in the arena skyrocketed. Begin. Hanabi's Byakugan flared to life and she exploded forward, leaving a wave of sand in her wake. She brought her right palm back and charged chakra into it. Hake Rokujuyun Sho, Hanabi cried out as she attacked with an insanely fast barrage of strikes. Hinata fought back her surprise. Her sister didn't even have to wait for her to fall in her circle of divination. It was an impressive feat that even Neji Nisan wasn't able to perform at that age. She clenched her teeth as her younger sister struck 64 points on her body and forced chakra into each strike. It was painful, but Hinata knew she had to get hit if her point was going to be made. She forced herself to remain standing as Hanabi jumped back and relaxed. Your pathetic sister. You couldn't even defend yourself against that level of attack. Hanabi, Hinata said with a small smile. It's not that I couldn't. She vanished from where she was standing in a show of pure speed. Hanabi froze as two fingertips pressed against the back of her neck. Hinata stared down calmly. Even if the Byakugan gave a nearly complete field of vision, it couldn't register significantly high speeds and were really no different from regular eyes in that aspect. I just wanted to show you how ineffective the Hyuga style has become. Hinata smiled gently as she noticed Hanabi shake slightly. She reached her hand around and gently rubbed her younger sister's cheek, who was startled by the action. Hinata looked down almost motherly. You know Hanabi. You are a very pretty girl. You should smile more and scowl less. Hanabi snarled and whipped around with a furious palm strike. Hinata blocked it effortlessly, never losing the kind smile. Her sister attacked harder and more viciously as her anger increased. However, every strike thrown was blocked or evaded with ease. I can tell how hard you've worked, Hanabi. Your Juken is nearly flawless, and is far beyond mine. However, Hinata ducked under an arcing palm and leaned in while placing her fingers on Hanabi's forehead. You are far too predictable because of it. Hanabi's eyes grew wide in both shock and fear. Her eyes watered slightly before she shook her head frantically and spun. Kaden. A dome of pure blue chakra pushed out from her body and threatened to knock Hinata away. The elder sister pushed chakra into her feet to grip the ground and charged her right palm. Hinata thrust her hand forward through the dome and snatched her sister's arm, halting her rotation and ending the technique instantly. Hanabi stared in disbelief at the hand clutching her arm and then slowly drifted her eyes up to Hinata's face. The young girl collapsed onto her knees in the sand as tears rolled down her cheeks. Hinata kneeled down in front of her sister and pulled her into a tight hug. Her heart twisted with sadness as her sister gripped her kimono and started to sob openly. Hinata knew Hanabi never wanted to fight her. The young girl, while serious and even a little cold, was a kind girl at heart. However, the expectations of a disgruntled old man and his power-hungry followers had ensnared her. They had kept pushing her and chiseling away at everything they didn't want until they had molded the perfect Hyuga stone statue. They never gave a second thought to the little girl they had trapped within the stone. Hinata assumed her total victory must have been a nearly unbearable blow to her sister. However, it also destroyed the prison they had built around her. So while it hurt now, in the end her sister was free, and after the tears had dried, Hinata was confident she would finally be able to see her sister smile after so many years. She stood slowly and pulled Hanabi up with her while she motioned for Naruto to come over and take her sister. He did quickly and scooped up the child in his arms and made his way back over to Shino. He set her down gently between Shino and himself as she sniffed and stared at the ground. Hinata gave one last smile before she turned back around and her gaze hardened into a much more serious one. It appeared that the entire clan was in complete shock. Even the usually stoic Neji, who stood at the edge of the balcony above, seemed taken back by the fight. She wasn't sure if it was because she won, Hanabi broke down, or how easily the fight was one that seemed to have them lost for words. Her eyes drifted up to the platform where her father and grandfather sat. The head seemed to be struggling to maintain his unimpressed composure, while the elder was barely hiding the fact that he was seething. Hinata, please kneel down before us, Hiyashi said. She obeyed quietly without ever looking away. It appears that you have become much stronger than the last time I saw you. Surprise is easily achieved when one goes unnoticed, Hinata said. It also allows for one to become unruly, the elder spoke. While it seems that you have become stronger, I still find it difficult to approve of you as heiress of the clan. Would you please instruct me on your reasons for this, elder? As you are well aware, the head of the family is responsible for not only running the clan, but also upholding the traditions and teachings that make our clan so prestigious. I am aware of this, yes. Yet, you have demonstrated an absolute disregard for the Juken, and a gross perversion of many other facets of our style. You may have demonstrated the illusion of strength with your blasphemous techniques, but it is not that of the Hyuga and thus should not be allowed to infect the rest of our teachings. I find your accusations rather narrow-minded. Watch your tongue, you insolent. Hiyashi raised his hand to silence the elder. Hinata, you will address us with respect, but I will allow you to make your views known as it will factor into our judgments of you. Thank you, Hiyashi-sama, Hinata said with a small bow. She didn't miss the slight wince her father gave. As demonstrated in my fight with Hanabi, the Juken can be negated rather simply if the opponent has a high enough chakra capacity. Explain. By forcing my chakra through my system, I essentially created a shield that repelled my attacker's own chakra. This rendered any form of Juken and its subsequent techniques useless to the point I did not have to even defend myself. Mummers broke out amongst the crowd again. Hinata kept her breathing even and wouldn't let her eyes drift away from her father, who was staring at her intently. Hiyashi raised his hand and the ring fell silent again. Your technique, while interesting, is flawed in that the greater chakra will win. Agreed, but when coupled with blocking, movement, and chakra control, it proves to be a substantial benefit to the user. Perhaps, but what of your refusal to use our style? It is too predictable. Anyone who has seen one skilled Hyuga fight essentially can anticipate exactly how another will move and act. A good ninja would have knowledge of the entire fight before it even started. So you would toss aside generations of teachings? No, Hinata shook her head. I would encourage that the Hyuga diversify. Our style has no jutsu outside of clan techniques. We rely entirely on our Byakugan and chakra-based attacks. There are enemies who conceal chakra away and blind our eyes. If that were to happen, we would be less of a threat than an academy student. You have become quite the heretic girl, and insult the clan with your words, the elder said. We teach what we do because it is the greatest. It cannot be improved upon. Would you like to test that theory out, grandfather? What? Hinata stood up. Regardless of your complaints, Hyuga law dictates that I am the heiress even without your permission. However, you seem to think my views make me inferior. As a former clan head and master of our style, I wonder if you have the courage to prove yourself right. That's enough, Hinata, Hiyashi said as his and the elder's Byakugan activated. While you are correct that you are the next in line, you still lack the authority to say as you please. Actually, that is incorrect, Hiyashi, Hinata said as an edge found its way to her voice. I will say as I wish. Just because you refuse to stand up to the whims of a foolish old man does not mean I will do the same. What are you saying? You are the clan head, yet you allow the elder and his minions to dictate everything you do. I follow our family's customs as you seem so intent on spitting upon. You hide behind them. You let our family be separated and abused by a few people that are so disillusioned by their own greed that they would rather see the clan ruined than face any form of change that may threaten their authority. Hiyashi and the elder's killing intent swept out across the ring and nearly flattened the majority of the crowd. Naruto grinned and placed a comforting hand on the startled Hanabi's back, while Shino's bugs buzzed about excitedly. Hinata stood tall even as they glared down at her. You traitorous wench, the elder bellowed. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Hinata, you had best choose your next words very carefully, Hiyashi said. You may be the successor, but you are quickly coming upon a ledge that you should not cross. I will cross it to save this clan from you and the elder. I will cross it because you are too much of a coward not to. Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the clan, I exercise my right as heiress to challenge you for leadership of the clan. Right now. The killing intents vanished in an instant and the entire ring went still. What? Hiyashi paled considerably as any anger he had in him vanished. I challenge you for the position of clan head, Hiyashi. Do you know what that means? It means that if you win, I die and Hanabi will be made heir, just like grandfather wants. Hinata, do not do this. Your acts up until now have been disgraceful, but are still forgivable. There is no turning back from this if you pursue it. You have grown strong, but there is a great difference between your sister and myself. I am aware of that difference and I fully realize the risks associated with this. However, if the clan is going to be saved, I have no other choice. Hinata smiled. It was a smile filled with so much sadness that even the elder seemed to be taken back by it. I don't know what happened to the father 3 years ago who shouted at the elder that he would not remain calm when it was recommended to seal me. I do not know where the father went that sounded like he wanted to protect me. What I do know is after today, my family will finally become whole again, even if I have to tear it down completely first. The head of the family sighed and stood. His eyes stared down at his daughter with an unreadable expression. He took each step firmly, but slowly as if he was attempting to stall the inevitable. Hinata walked up purposefully and was in front of him before he ever reached the center of the ring. She stared up at him with a fierce determination as the wind blew her long dark hair to the side. He looked down at her in silence as the world seemed to slow for the both of them. His eyes closed slowly, then opened into a glare that promised a vicious fight. I never did wish for this to ever come to pass, Hinata. His voice came across as a whisper hidden in the breeze. I know, and I am sorry I had to speak such harsh words to you. However, you have made your place clear. There was a time when you sought to do what I am right now. At some point, you stopped trying. I believe you had your reasons, but they are not mine. She turned away from him and walked back to the center of the ring as he followed her. She faced him again and they gave a slight bow before settling in their preferred stances. It appeared to be a mirror image of the previous match, but the tension had risen far higher than before. Hiyashi, I expect you to put this girl in her place. Show her no mercy, the elder said as he glowered down at them. Demonstrate the full fury of the style that she so easily dismissed. Go Hinata, show these idiots what you can really do. Naruto cheered as he pumped his fist into the air. The two fighters exploded towards each other and clashed in a twister of sand and sorrow. Her chakra-infused fist connected painfully with his calloused palm. They stood there glaring at each other as the sand fell like rain, in their subconscious strength contest. The last grain hit the ground and they erupted into a vortex of strikes and blocks. Jaws dropped in awe of the speed and precision of each of the competitors, while Naruto's grin stretched wider and wider. She dropped into a crouch and pushed off with her hands while she sent a teeth-cracking heel kick to his jaw. He was sent flipping into the air before he righted himself and flung his palm down. Hake Hasanjiki. A wave of white chakra burst from his hand and rushed down towards her as the air seemed to rumble from the attack. Her eyes narrowed. The arc was too wide for her to dodge. She quickly focused her chakra into thin beams that emanated from the center of her palms. Her hands flew effortlessly around the front of her body and formed a webbed shield. Shugohak Rokujuyun Sho. The techniques clashed in a violent explosion that shook the surrounding area. Hinata grit her teeth as her arms strained against the force of her father's attack. He truly was the strongest member of the clan. He was slightly slower than her, but he made up for it with crushing power and a chakra that was far more oppressive than hers. She was just lucky she had more chakra overall. She swung the beams forward like two whips while he slowly fell back toward the ground. A moment before the whips struck, he spun in the air and a sphere of chakra surrounded him, knocking her technique away. She rushed forward as two familiar lion heads encased her hands. They crashed into Hiyashi's diminishing technique and sent the sphere wobbling off to the edge of the ring. He dispelled the technique and tumbled across the sand. His head snapped up just in time to see her leg crash into the side of his face. She grabbed his kimono as he stumbled back and flipped him over her shoulder into the sand. Her feet were lifted into the air so she was doing a handstand on his chest and she blasted chakra out of her hands, sending her spiraling into the air and drilling him deeper into the sand. At the peak of her launch, she raised her arms high into the air as she pushed so much chakra into her hands they started to burn. She swung them down and a tidal wave of chakra cascaded down toward her father. The sand exploded as Hiyashi's chakra rushed up and negated her attack. Hinata landed on the ground in a crouch as she panted heavily. That attack had burned up a great deal of chakra, and as her father stood up calmly and wiped the blood away from his chin, she realized just how much further she had to take this. And how much farther he was as well. She wasn't so foolish as to think he had been handling this to his fullest potential. No, she knew that he still held back some of the most secret of the Hyuga's techniques. The kind only the head learned. Yet from the look on his face, she could tell they were not going to be a secret any longer. Despite the dread she felt at facing them down, a sense of pride beat in her chest. At no time in the history of the clan had those techniques ever been needed in battle. Hinata, Hiyashi said as he walked toward her. I recognize your strength, but this match is over. You are my equal and would possibly be even capable of defeating me if I were not head of this clan. Her eyes widened as sharp electric blue chakra surrounded his hands. He brought them up slowly and a trail of energy seemed to follow his movements. His eyes looked down at his hands almost sadly before staring back at her. Never before have these techniques been used. You have become the strongest opponent the clan has ever faced. I pray that knowledge gives you peace in your passage to your next life. She stared in barely disguised awe. Manifesting chakra for a Hyuga was a simple matter. As evident of both her father's and her techniques, it was the basis for their style. They didn't use chakra to shape elements. Instead, they launched chakra directly. It was something only the strongest of their clan could do, but it was still what they prided themselves on. She'd never said anything, but in essence, Naruto's rasengan was an advanced form of Hyuga principles. However, what her father was using now was different. It was chakra, but so potent it seemed like it was almost something entirely different. She was shaken from her thoughts as the air seemed to crackle around his hands and he cupped them together. They lashed out quickly and a beam of blue light shot out and pierced her in the stomach. She coughed up blood as the beam sent her skidding across the sand. Her hand clutched her stomach as her mouth hung open in a silent scream. She couldn't breathe and was in such blinding pain she could barely think. How had the technique been so fast she couldn't even react? Perhaps a better question was how could she defend against something like that? She shakily rolled onto her knees as one terrifying thought echoed in her mind. He had held back for some reason. If he hadn't, she would have been utterly destroyed. Destroyed. It was the most fitting word for the outcome. She staggered up onto her feet and stared at him. Her shoulders were slumped forward and she struggled to remain standing. She could nearly taste the sheer horror the crowd felt. "Hinata, stand down, please," Hiyashi said as he strode forward. "The reason why the clan head is always the strongest is because of this." She lashed out with a palm and he knocked it aside with his charged hand. She struck again and again, but quickly realized that he barely needed to block her. The trail of chakra left behind by his hands was a solid barrier. He slapped her hard with his chakra-infused hand and she literally felt her brain rattling within her skull as she fell roughly into the sand. The only thing that was keeping her alive now was that she had been pushing her own chakra through her system as some makeshift last form of defense. It was barely working and draining her already depleted reserves drastically. "Cease struggling. Have you not realized that I hold the epitome of our goals in my hands? These techniques have no name. They are referred to as the shield and spear of the clan. The true ultimate defense and attack. You cannot win." She forced herself to stand and glared up at him without a shred of fear or submission. He gasped and she glanced down at the sand where two Byakugan-styled contacts lay in the pearl-colored sand. "What did you do?" His voice came out of a gasp like he had just witnessed her mutilating herself. Two lavender pupils stared at him. It had been her hope that she would not have had to reveal this. The penultimate goal of her training had been a secret from everyone, and even now was only halfway to completion. She truly did not wish to explain it until she was completely sure she had succeeded. "What I had to." Her breathing steadied and she leapt forward with a cry. The clan needed her to win. Her family needed her. Chakra roared to life around her hands and she unleashed a near-invisible barrage of strikes. Fingernails chipped, and bones cracked, but she continued to increase the ferocity of her attacks. Hiyashi was forced to step back from her onslaught even with his incredible technique. He scowled and brought his hands up in front of him as the chakra formed a dense shield. Hinata let her left palm relax and a soothing green healing chakra slowly emanated from it as the blue chakra in her right hand extended and formed something that looked like a shining blade. Left gripped right and she stabbed forward. The techniques met and everything went still, until the very tip of her chakra sword pierced the defensive barrier. Followed by a little more. The shield broke apart. Hiyashi grimaced as he anticipated the sharp pain of something piercing his heart. It never came. He looked down in shock as a gentle and bloody palm pressed itself lightly over his heart. He stared at his daughter in amazement as she closed her eyes and gave him a tired and pain-filled smile. "I win, Dad." The ring fell silent and the wind died down. A range of emotions played across Hiyashi's face before a defeated smile crept up on his face. Yes you do." A shadow fell over the both of them as the elder flew through the air and fury blazed in his pale eyes. Hinata didn't have the strength to move and could only watch as a deadly hand clawed toward her. Yet, her smile never left her face as a familiar orange blur caught the hand in mid-strike. Chapter 7. Naruto had never stopped smiling once Hinata's fight with her father had started. Sure, he enjoyed a good fight as well as any ninja, and this was far beyond a good fight. However, the real reason he couldn't stop smiling was because it was Hinata fighting. It amazed him to see just how devastating she had become. In just 3 years, she had most likely grown more than even he had, which was no small feat. He was also becoming aware of just how attractive that made her. Something their month of working together had only encouraged. They had spent a great deal of time speaking with each other leading up to this day. A great deal of it was training, but other times when they were resting, they would just talk about meaningless things. Conversations were far from deep and little history was revealed, but they were slowly beginning to understand each other's quirks. It was enjoyable, so much so, that he almost preferred it to the training. Almost. He couldn't completely believe how easy it was to lose track of time, or how simple it was that they clicked. Most of the time, he tried to ignore his thoughts because he really wasn't sure what conclusion he was trying to come up with. And intense thinking still made his head hurt. His thoughts were snapped back to the match when he felt a chill in the air. He winced as her father revealed some crazy technique and fired a beam that caught Hinata dead on. His protective nature kicked in and he wrestled with himself to remain rooted to where he sat. This was her fight, and regardless of the outcome, he would not disrespect her by interrupting it. It was something Jiraiya had beaten into him, even though he didn't always agree with it. A ninja had their beliefs, and sometimes dying for one's beliefs was more important than living because you couldn't follow through with them. Naruto hadn't agreed with that for years, but as he grew older, he began to understand it a little when he finally looked at himself. He wouldn't give up his beliefs even in the face of death. To ask someone else to do so would be one of the worst insults he could do. He absently rubbed Hanabi's back as she shook and watched the fight with terrified eyes. He frowned as he glanced down at her. The poor girl must be totally distraught watching as her father and sister essentially tried to kill each other with everything they had. He focused his attention back on the fight. Well, Hinata was still holding back a little. She still had some things hidden up her sleeve, although they were untested. Quite frankly, they were currently as dangerous to her as anyone until she completed them. But once she did, he knew he wouldn't have a choice, but to use his chakra cloak. A grin appeared on his face as he saw her chakra sword form and pierce the strange shield. His excitement bubbled when her victory became clear, and he was ecstatic when he saw the old bastard dart forward in a sneak attack. Finally, he'd get to have some fun. Naruto zipped forward as Shino jumped up and summoned his insects. However, Naruto had caught the old man's hand and stopped the attack before the bug user had even begun. "I was waiting for you to get off your wrinkled butt and do something," Naruto said with a feral grin. "I was getting bored. Get your hand off of me, you demon bra." The elder's words were cut short as Hinata's fist caught him square under the jaw and sent him spiraling backwards. Naruto looked back with a blinding smile and gave her a quick nod before taking off towards the fallen elder as the old man's supporters started pouring out into the ring. He didn't care. There weren't enough to slow him down, especially with Shino right behind him. However, he stopped in his tracks as a column of fire rained down from the sky between him and the elder. He clenched his teeth in annoyance as 10 masked members appeared in the front lines. It took a moment, but he realized that they were Root. Why would those bastards be here? They didn't even take a crap without. His grin slowly crept up again. So Danzo had a hand in this, huh? Fools all of you, the elder said as he pushed himself up onto his feet. Did you think I was so foolish as to not have a backup plan in case of the girl's victory? Geez, you seem a lot less composed than the usual Hyuga stick in the mud, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. It's kind of refreshing actually. Yes, I agree, demon brat, that it is improper for me to be behaving in such a manner. However, I will grant myself an exception this one time. Father, what is the meaning of this? Hiyashi asked as he took a step forward. I am ensuring this clan's place in Konoha's future. The elder brushed the sand from his kimono and leveled a glare at his son. The clan has grown weak under your leadership, my son. The soft spot you developed for the branch after your brother's death has made you far too lenient with the inferior of our blood. I will resume leadership of this clan and personally groom the next in line to be a proper leader. I will not allow this. You do not have a choice, my son. I will spare you and your youngest daughter in hopes that in time, you will come to appreciate what I am doing. However, your oldest will be dealt with for her treasonous actions. Like hell, old man, Naruto said. And what do you think you are capable of, demon? I have personally trained my guard, and with 10 of Root's members, we are an impressive fighting force. The main family would not dare to cross me, and any assistance you could gain from the branch will be dealt with by a mere hand sign. It is only you and the Aburame that are able to protect the exhausted girl. Naruto fought his gut reaction to boast his confidence. This was a chance to dig up dirt on the warmonger. He couldn't let it go to waste. How much do you know about Danzo? The elder let out a chilling smirk. It was the kind that spoke volumes without saying a word. The kind that seemed like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Enough to know that those that side with him will have a strong future, that Konoha will have a strong future. The smirk faded into a disgusted sneer. Now if you have nothing left to say, I will have you put down like you should have been all those years ago when you were still a little baby demon. Naruto winced as he felt Hinata's killing intent skyrocket. He considered himself strong, but he was honestly terrified of her anger in the extremely rare cases that he had witnessed it. Her emotions were so palpable he momentarily considered that she could still take out every opponent here, even in her condition. He shook it off and narrowed his eyes while giving a toothy grin. Yeah, I've got one thing left to say. Are you really so stupid that you thought we wouldn't have a plan in case you decided to become the village idiot? A blur of green launched over the wall to his right and hurtled straight towards the mass of enemies. Black-like tendrils raced through blades of grace behind the elder's minions and Naruto relaxed his guard. Dynamic entry. Lee sidekicked 3 of the root members and forced their bodies into a self-made crater. The 7 remaining members let out strangled cries as spear-like shadows burst through their chests. The cries crumbled into gurgles until they collapsed. The shadows disappeared as quickly as they had come. Shikamaru walked around from behind a sakura tree in the far corner and shoved his hands into his pockets. The elder's followers circled their master, but Neji leapt down and struck out rapidly. Over half of the minions dropped to the ground before they realized he was there. The elder whirled around angrily. He lifted his hands up in the activation seal. Neji just smirked. "I am afraid that will no longer restrain me, Elder-sama." Shock registered on the old man's face, but it quickly turned to rage as he saw Lee charge again and Shino's swarms move in for the kill. "Damn you." The elder watched the last of his supporters fall. "Damn every last one of you. Do you have any idea as to what you have ruined?" "Your crazy schemes," Naruto asked. "I was going to raise this clan up to its original prominence. It was guaranteed when the new order came into place. Now it will crumble under the massive perversion you also desire." The elder staggered backwards and unsheathed the tanto from the closest root member he could find. "I will not wait to see it come to pass." A slick cutting sound rang through the air and the elder fell back as blood sprayed from his neck. Naruto cringed as much of the pristine sand was turned sticky and red. He pitied the person responsible for cleaning up that mess. He turned back to Hinata, who seemed deeply saddened as she stared at the fallen form of her grandfather. He had no doubt seeing it was difficult for her. Even with all the crap they had put her through, she still considered them family. It hurt when family was lost. Shikamaru trudged up as he stepped around the bodies. He shook his head and mumbled some incoherent complaints as Naruto moved over to him and the Hyuga filled the battlefield around Hinata. "While it's troublesome, I'll go alert the Anbu of what went down and get them over here to clean up. Some of the elder's supporters may have some useful information in regards to what he was insinuating." "Yosh, I shall come along as well. Let us race to see who may reach first." "Too troublesome." Naruto chuckled as they bounded over the far wall. Shikamaru apparently not willing to let Lee get too far ahead of him. He turned back to the gathering and Shino made his way to his side. Neji and Hanabi pushed their way up close to Hiashi and Hinata. The serious mood had returned as the father looked down at his daughter. "You are now head of the clan Hinata, but you have also broken one of our most scared laws in releasing Neji, and I presume the rest of the branch. You know what comes next." "Yes, but first I will put into place new decrees as per my rights as head of this clan." Hiashi nodded. "What is it that you declare?" "First, the caged bird seal is forbidden from use. Second, the family will no longer be divided and truly become a family." The crowd of Hyuga burst out into a large cheer that surprised Naruto with its ferocity. Who knew the reserved clansmen had it in them? They quickly became silent when Hiashi raised his hand. "Third, the clan will become more open-minded about its traditions and style. Learn and continue to grow, and never fall into the trap that nothing can be improved upon." "It will be as you wish, Hinata," Hiashi said with a bow. "Finally, I name Neji Nisan as my replacement." Gasps and murmurs broke out through the crowd, and even Neji himself seemed taken back by the announcement. A puzzled look came up on Naruto's face. Was this what they were talking about several weeks ago? "Hinata-sama. Neji, you are the strongest Hyuga after my father and me. With him as your teacher and advisor, you will become a truly wonderful clan head. More importantly, you have seen the worst parts of this clan, so you know where things need to change." The genius bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Hinata-sama. I will give everything that I have to achieve your expectations." "I know you will. Now Neji, you know what must be done." Neji looked up sadly and nodded. He took a deep shuddering breath and forced himself to become stern. "Hinata Hyuga, you have broken the Hyuga laws that were meant to be unbreakable. Even as head of the clan, such acts are considered acts of treason." Naruto growled and went to speak up, but Shino put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. The blonde frowned, but remained where he was and listened as Neji continued. "The punishment recommended is death. However, you are also the savior of this clan, know this family, and as such you will have your life. Hinata, as head of the Hyuga clan, I strip you of your family name, and from this moment on, exile you from the clan." Hinata forced herself to smile and nodded in agreement before she turned and started to walk out. Naruto saw the hidden tears in the corner of her eyes and he felt his heart break. He didn't understand why they were doing what they were, but Hinata obviously didn't seem to have known it would end like this. He didn't like it, but figured causing a scene right now would only make it harder on her. She walked into the hall towards the exit and disappeared into the darkened corridor. He pushed himself around the gossiping clan and ran forward. He didn't want to leave her alone, but by the time he got there, no trace of her was left. Hinata had vanished. Danzo watched as 10 tattoos vanished from his left forearm. His face remained emotionless, although his eye cracked open a sliver. Those were the numbers assigned to the Hyuga elder, the weakest members of his root. It would appear that the power-hungry old fool had failed. No matter, it merely expedited the old Hyuga's assured death. However, Danzo could not help but feel as if the Nine Tails was involved with this. The bothersome child was quickly becoming an annoyance. He turned over to his left. "Activate Recruit Cell D. Bring the 10 survivors to me once their battle is finished." "Yes, sir." The man faded into the shadows and another agent took his place as Danzo's guard. The bandaged man's grip tightened unconsciously on his cane. First Sai, then the ceiling of the Uchiha, and now the Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki was fast becoming something that could no longer be overlooked. Naruto stared absently at the wooden floor of the Hokage's office. He had looked around briefly for Hinata, but she must have gone into hiding. It hadn't helped that his search had been interrupted by a squad of Anbu. His little group had been escorted to the Hokage Tower and herded into Tsunade's office. It was the last place he wanted to be. Hinata had been there for him after Sasuke. He should return the favor. No, he wanted to be there for her even if she hadn't needed to have been there for him. She had become one of his closest friends over this past month, and he firmly believed friends were there for each other. "Naruto Uzumaki, are you listening?" Tsunade snapped. He jumped in surprise and looked at her before mumbling a half-coherent apology. "Would you care to explain why you four and our missing ex-heiress just executed a coup against Konoha's most powerful clan?" "A what?" "A forced takeover, Naruto," Shikamaru said as he leaned against a nearby wall. Naruto blinked before he scowled at his leader. "We didn't take over the clan, we just saved it. It was still done by force, and had it failed, I would have had no choice but to execute all of those involved. Technically, if the clan were to request it, I still would." "Well, I guess it's a good thing we didn't fail then, and the rest of them are extremely grateful." "That's not the point." Tsunade stood up and slammed her palms on her desk. "You attacked a clan. Even though I assume Hinata was the primary instigator, you as ninja should not have been anywhere near clan business." "Hokage-sama, we would not ignore our friends in need," Lee said. His expression surprisingly serious. "There was truly no other way for this to occur and for that we are sorry." "Sorry is not good enough. The public holds the clans in high esteem. Do you have any idea what the potential backlash could be?" She cast a glare directly at Naruto. "Especially you have finally started winning the approval of the villagers. A stunt like this could set you back years. And if it means I would have had to abandon one of my friends, I'd rather have the villagers hate me for the rest of my life." Tsunade sat down slowly with a sigh and looked over each ninja carefully. "Anbu have reported that you encountered root members, and that the Hyuga elder insinuated Danzo was plotting something. Because of this, as far as everyone outside this room is concerned, I tasked you with an S-class highly classified mission to uncover and prevent a potential village threat. Are we clear?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, you are very gracious," Lee said with a small bow as Shikamaru and Shino nodded in agreement. "The hell I am. Your little group has proven how problematic it can be." Naruto could have sworn she was trying to fight back a smirk. "As of today, I am turning you 5 into a special team directly under my control. I might as well put your talents to use somewhere besides dethroning clan leaders." "What of our current teams, Tsunade-sama?" Shino asked. "They will be redistributed." "Redistributed?" "Quite frankly, this has been needed for some time. Team Kakashi has been rendered unfixable, and with Neji being made clan head, he will be taken off the active duty roster. That effectively annihilates 2 teams and leaves me with floating ninja. Given the super specialized nature of the current teams, a new ninja will not easily find a place." It would be easier and more beneficial to reform the teams in accordance with your current abilities and mission necessities. Naruto glanced around the room. No one seemed happy about the announcement. He himself was irritated by it greatly. Her direct dismissal of Team 7 stung. It felt like he was abandoning his team. She waved her hand at them. We will discuss this more tomorrow. You are dismissed. Naruto, I want you to stay briefly. The others filed out silently, each one deep in thought. The door shut with a click and Naruto frowned as he stared at Tsunade. Wipe that look off your face, brat. I don't like this. Tough. How can you just throw my team away like that? After everything we've been through and fought for, you just ended it like that. Naruto, what team? Naruto's mouth hung open slightly as his mind tried to register what she had just said. The words were spoken so simple and softly, but they cut through his anger like the cold. You have a Jonin instructor who has been assigned permanent protection detail for your substitute member. Sasuke Uchiha turned traitor and tried to kill you 3 times. Sakura is often needed at the hospital or on another team due to shortage of medics. It is time to face the reality that Team 7, and by extension Team Kakashi, is far beyond the point of repair. How do we know that if we can't even try? So I should allow your broken team even more years and opportunities to try and rebuild itself. That I should ignore the fact that there is another team that could prove 100 times more beneficial to Konoha. Naruto looked at the ground angrily, but remained silent. He couldn't argue with her. He wanted to more than anything, but as his mind repeated her words the more it made sense. Logically anyway. Shikamaru is one of the brightest minds in the village and will one day surpass his father as a strategist. You and Lee will provide motivation and offset his laziness. Shino is a long-range fighter and calm enough to neutralize Lee and your hyperactivity. Hinata can provide medical assistance and seems to be excellent at keeping you in line. Coupled with the fact that you, Hinata, and Lee are quickly becoming some of the most powerful ninjas in the village, it makes it nearly impossible to say no to such a team. I guess I can see your point. She smiled sadly at him and leaned towards him. Naruto, I speak from experience in this. Don't grip the past so tightly that you are unable to move towards the future. Never giving up on someone is admirable, but not if it prevents you from helping someone right in front of you. She leaned back in her chair. Now get out of here. There is a young Hyuga girl out there somewhere who needs a friend right now, and I suspect you are the only one who could fill that role. Naruto's frown disappeared and he jumped up. He gave a quick nod and dove out the window as he summoned several hundred kage bunshin. His concern for Hinata quickly overcame his frustrations about the current situation. Damn that kid, he really knows how to mix things up, Jiraiya said as he appeared from the opposite window Naruto had left from. Nice job staying all authoritative. I'm surprised you weren't throwing a party for what they did. You know I can't appear to have an opinion on clan matters. However, their actions should help revive a clan that was stagnant and on the verge of imploding. As an added bonus, we gained even more information on Danzo. Jiraiya sat down on the windowsill with a knowing smile. So you think you'll have enough to take the old warmonger down? I don't know yet. She stood and walked over toward the window as the sun started to set. The sun casting an orange glow out across the village. Thank you for coming back, it will help in our discussion with him. No problem, I am his godfather after all. How do you think he will take it? It's tough to say. I think some things he will take well. Others, well, he may not take as well. Regardless, we need to tell him everything. Even the most painful truths. Tsunade sighed and her eyes turned downcast. I pray that we're doing the right thing. Naruto trudged up the stairs to his apartment wearily. It was well past midnight and he hadn't found Hinata. She had hid well, to the point where he was beginning to wonder if she had left the village. He shook his head at that thought. That wasn't like her. His stomach growled hungrily and he patted it soothingly. It was the reason why he had decided to take a break. The only meal he had all day was a quick breakfast. He just needed a quick bite to eat and he'd get back out searching for her. He wouldn't stop until he found her. He reached the top of the stairs and his eyes widened. Hinata sat in front of his door with her head in her arms and her knees pulled up against her. He sighed in relief and ran over. Hinata, I've been looking everywhere for you. Are you okay? He winced at the question. Of course she wasn't okay. I mean, well, you know. She looked up at him with a weak smile. Her eyes were red and he knew she must have been struggling not to cry since she left the compound. He didn't wait for her to say anything. He grabbed her arm and pulled her up while he unlocked his door and pushed it open. "Have you eaten?" She shook her head no. "Well, neither have I." He pulled her inside and kicked the door shut. He inwardly cringed as he clicked the lights on. Normally, his apartment didn't bother him, but after seeing how clean her home was he felt a little self-conscious about the state of his living room. He'd have to clean it up tomorrow. "Sorry about the mess. I'll clean it in the morning. What do you want for Hinata?" She stared at the ground and her shoulders shook slightly as she tried to keep everything bottled up. He walked over slowly and placed a hand on her shoulder. He looked down at her sadly and gently pulled her into a hug. It felt awkward for him at first, since he had only seen hugs and never actively experienced one. She started to tremble worse and he felt warm tears start to dampen his chest as her hands came up and clutched at his jacket. He let his instincts take over and he pulled her in tighter. "It's okay, Hinata. I'm here, so don't hold it back anymore." He wasn't sure if it was her limit or his words, but whatever it was, it worked. She buried her face into his chest and sobbed. Chapter 8. Itachi had done many things in his time in the world. He'd succeeded and moved through Konoha's ranks at an impressively young age. He was one of the few to have achieved the infamous Mangekyo Sharingan. His entire clan had fallen by his hands, and all, but the strongest of ninja, feared him. However, one thing he had never done, nor had any intention of doing, was squirm. Yet, standing before the combined force of Pain and Madara, he was beginning to think squirming was not so unreasonable. "Why did you let the Nine Tails escape, Itachi?" Pain asked. The piercings along his nose shimmered in the candlelight and highlighted the fear-inducing Rinnegan. "I was concerned about the success of the mission," Itachi said. He could swear that Madara was frowning beneath that horrid orange mask of his. "The Nine Tails was injured and you had Kisame with you. I had also just killed Orochimaru, which consumed a great deal of chakra. Kakashi Hatake was also with them and more than capable of fighting. I do not care for your excuses. I apologize, Leader Sama." "Save your apologies, you are to retrieve the Nine Tails immediately. Hidan and Kakuzu will meet you and Kisame en route. You are dismissed." Itachi gave a nod and turned away as his cloak swirled around them. His face was the same calm, emotionless facade as it had always been, but inside his head, his mind was racing. How could he keep the Jinchuriki out of Akatsuki? Dealing with Kisame was simple, but the other two would make his mission that much harder. However, he had wanted to go to Konoha and make Danzo realize his mistakes. Perhaps fate had just been on his side for a change. He paused as Madara's familiar vile chakra swirled behind him before settling. "I trust your thoughts are on how you will make my plans a success, Itachi," Madara's muffled voice said through the mask. "Of course. I am not so sure. Could you perhaps be going to settle a score with our old friend Danzo?" Itachi showed no outward displays of surprise or annoyance. Although, inside his mind was calculating an excuse. It was tiring always calculating, but completely necessary to his survival. Every second he lived there was a threat. Every action he took had to be measured and weighed. It was exhausting. "I am doing as I am required. Now if you'll excuse me." The explosion of killing intent and chakra almost sent Itachi to his knees. He kept his breathing even as his master's anger intensified. Madara's lone Sharingan barred down on him menacingly. "You had best keep in mind who you are speaking to, boy." Itachi gave an apologetic nod and quickly continued on his way, the malevolent chakra never dissipating. "Ba-chan wants to speak with me for a little bit today. Are you going to be okay until I get back, Hinata?" Naruto asked as he set a plate of eggs down in front of her. He had left early in the morning to go to the store and get something besides the ramen he had stocked. Eggs had been the only thing he felt comfortable with attempting to cook, and he was quite happy with how they turned out. Hinata gave a forced smile of thanks before looking down and poking at it with her chopsticks. Naruto frowned. She had finally stopped openly crying after an hour of them standing in the middle of the room. He had been so terrified of doing something to further upset her he had stayed frozen while trying to hug as much comfort as he could into her. Eventually, she calmed down enough he'd coaxed her to go to sleep. He tucked her into his bed and pulled up a chair to keep watch on her through the night. The tears had never stopped flowing from her eyes during her restless slumber. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for everything." She never looked up from her plate. His smile blazed to life and he scratched the back of his head. "No problem, Hinata. I assume Tsunade-sama is furious. No way. Well, she wasn't happy, but she got over it. Besides, who cares what the old hag has to say? The tense silence returned to the kitchen. Naruto went back to making some eggs for himself as his guest nibbled at her food. I'll make sure I am out of your way after breakfast, Naruto-kun. I don't want to intrude upon you more than I already have. He whirled around and was by her side so fast his shunshin would have struggled to keep up with him. She jumped slightly as he leaned in close, his eyes alive with alarm. Don't ever think that, Hinata. You are more than welcome to stay here. But I've already asked so much of you. So what? It's not anything I wouldn't have offered to do anyways. Besides, I'm happy I can help you. But, nope, I don't want to hear it. In fact, I won't let you leave here. A light pink blush crept up on her cheeks. What? You're moving in with me. I always enjoy having friends over, and you're probably my closest one. A large grin stretched across his face. Besides, after what happened yesterday, I bet that old bastard Danzo is pissed at us. We need to watch each other's backs, and I can't think of anyone I'd rather have than you. She looked back down at her plate and fresh tears started to drip on her eggs. He blinked before a panicked expression washed over his features. He waved his hands nervously in front of him. Oh man, did I make you cry? I'm sorry, Hinata, I didn't mean to. She shook her head and looked up at him with a happy smile, but her eyes remained tightly closed. No, Naruto-kun, I'm just really happy to have met you. Sakura rubbed her tired emerald eyes and looked up at the clock in the corner of the library. It was morning already. She groaned and slammed her head against the book that was open on the table. Her hospital shift started in an hour and she was exhausted. With a weary sigh, she started to pack up the pile of books that lay scattered out on the table. As tired as she was, a small flicker of happiness had come to life. It had taken some prying and research, but she had found out that the seal Naruto placed on Sasuke would work as it was supposed to. Once Tsunade Shisho had explained it fully, Sakura was blown away at how ingenious her teammate had been and was deeply grateful that he had found a way around Sasuke's assured execution. But, the point that she still had not agreed with, even after a great deal of arguing with her teacher, was that Sasuke would have to emerge on his own. It was her firm belief that without his friends, the last Uchiha would only slip further into the darkness. If that evil inside him was really as potent as described, then Sasuke would need help. She placed the books back up on their respective shelves and made her way out of the library. Last night had proved beneficial, to the point she had to make only a few preparations. Naruto's seal was impressive and nearly perfect, except for one flaw. It did not prevent someone from adding another seal to the body. Naruto's seal would remain inactive as long as no one tried to gather any form of genetic material or tamper with the seal. It allowed for a small loophole that she was determined to exploit. The one book that remained in her hands was discreetly tucked into her knapsack. A book on mind control seals. In theory, if she could alter Sasuke's state of mind to a positive loyal one, Naruto's seal would break and the old loyal Sasuke they loved would return. Everything would go back to the way it was and Team 7 would be reunited. She was sure of it. Sweat dripped off the two bodies as they clashed against each other repeatedly. Ragged breaths mingled as the two's limbs tangled amongst themselves. It intensified quickly until in the moment of climax, Naruto was smashed face first into the dusty ground. He rolled onto his back and grabbed his nose as it started to bleed. Lee grinned down apologetically as Naruto glared up at him. I apologize, Naruto-kun. I am still attempting to perfect using my opponent's force against them. Lee bowed quickly then looked up with a blaring smile. But you cannot doubt how effective it is. Naruto could only grunt as he picked himself up and Hinata wandered over. That was an impressive sparring match, Naruto-kun. It was amazing how you managed to keep up with Lee, despite never witnessing a fighting method like that before. She turned to Lee. And Lee-san, you changed between several fighting arts that I've never witnessed. You have really changed. Lee offered an embarrassed smile and helped Naruto off the ground. Thank you very much, Hinata-san. Are you prepared for our match now? I'll stretch for a second and give you small break. She turned around and walked to the center of the field as she stretched her arms over her head. Naruto gave a quick glance at her, but looked away quickly. He had been increasingly aware of Hinata over the past month. Every movement or action she made, he caught himself watching her. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. It was just like she demanded his attention without even trying. He still could not understand why he never noticed her before. However, now he was trying to figure why he was noticing her so much. It didn't help that he had been worried about her all morning even though she had seemed happier after breakfast. I see you are having many youthful thoughts of Hinata-san, Naruto-kun. Lee whispered. Naruto was snapped from his thoughts and waved his arms in front of him in denial. No, it is nothing like that. So then you do find Hinata-san attractive? What, of course I do. I mean, come on, who wouldn't? She's got to be the most beautiful girl in the village. He paused when he thought he heard an odd squeak and Hinata stumbled briefly. Did she step on a mouse? He shook his head and focused back on Lee. But, that's not what I was thinking about. Yet, you were staring at her. Naruto's mouth flopped open and closed like a fish out of water for a moment before he turned up his nose and stomped away. Don't you have a match to get to? Lee gave a nod and ran over to Hinata, and if Naruto didn't know any better, he would have sworn the spandex-clad ninja had a sly smile on his face. He shook his head and made sure to get some distance from them, both for his safety and theirs.